Chapter 1444. In the spacious hall, there was only the flickering light of the stars. Yun Nuoshing and the others had blocked out all sounds. At this moment, if there was any sound in the hall, it was only the faint sound of the stars here. Then there was another very, very faint sound that was still echoing in their ears. It sounded like a whisper that sounded very far away. Yun Nuoshing stared in one direction until the meaningless whisper became clearer in his ears. Then he lifted his feet and walked forward quickly. Hui and the others hurried to catch up. They walked with the wind, but made no sound. It was as if they deliberately created a dead atmosphere in the hall. After bypassing the huge star system in the middle of the hall, Yun Nuoshing turned and walked in another direction. He was getting faster and faster. His body was almost pulled into a shadow. Yao Guang had to run faster to keep up with his speed. The light of the huge star system was not strong enough in this space. After walking for a while, the sight in front of them dimmed again. However, before the light dimmed completely, another strong light appeared in front of them. In the darkness, a dark green big star suddenly appeared. Scorching tongues of fire were constantly erupting from its body. It looked extremely unstable. The leaking energy had reached a visible level. It turned into a circle of green energy that surrounded them like a rope that strangled them to death. Both stars were huge, but the one in front of them looked much more majestic than the fiery red star. Just now, Yun Nuoshing could see that its body was beginning to break apart. I think I've seen this star before. Young Master Shun suddenly broke the dead silence here. It's in the night sky. Every night, when it's late at night, it will emerge from the horizon. I caught a glimpse of it at that time. It should be this one. Then, the stars that exist in this hall are the actual stars that exist in the starry sky outside. Hui touched his chin and nodded. Why is that guy staring at these things? Yun Nuoshing shook his head. His gaze passed over the dark green sun and looked behind him. What do you want to do? Just ask it. Behind the dark green sun, their line of sight became clear because of the existence of the light. Yun Nuoshing and the others saw another huge door frame, but this door frame no longer had a door. There were only two transparent blue curtains hanging down from above. The curtains were dotted with stars, as if it was a real star field. They pushed open the heavy curtains and walked into the next hall. The space in front of them was full of light, which allowed them to see the whole big space at a glance. They passed through the doorframe and appeared at the top of a long spiral staircase. It was not far from the top of the hall. This space was extending downwards for their position. They looked around for a while and also looked down. Then they were shocked. According to the things in the hall in front, Yun Nuoshing and the others guessed that there should be some things placed in this hall, such as a bigger star or something, or simply a world of light. However, he still guessed wrong. Even Huey's somewhat jumpy thinking didn't guess this point, and couldn't help but be stunned in place. In this hall, there was no platform for the stars. There was a huge black sphere below. It was a three-dimensional and transparent sphere. Countless stars could be seen inside it. Half of the stars were transparent white or blue, while the stars on the other side were uncomfortably scarlet. Speaking of which, those light spots seemed to be too big to be stars. They were not little white lights, but a ball. The big black ball contained thousands of white, blue, and red balls. That's a void. Yun Nuoshing's expression changed a little. An entire void area. The light spots inside are the light spots of every world. The scarlet ones should be the light spots of our world, young Master Shin suddenly said. His eyes flashed. In an instant, he understood a lot of things. And the other ones should be the origin world of the order world. What have you thought of? Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and looked at him. Something bad. It can be traced back to the last era, something related to my race. Young Master Shen smiled helplessly. At this time, he used my race because he had recognized that Yun Nuoshing and the others did not come from the same world as him. He also guessed that they should be the gods from that place. After all, such a level of order power could not be found in any random world of order. Is it related to the distorted origin of the race? Yun Nuoshing muttered. They jumped down from the spiral staircase directly and stood on the ground to look up at the huge black ball that was about 20 to 30,000 feet in size. Yun Nuoshing noticed that there was a trace of energy at the bottom of the ball. She could not help but lower her head and look at the 1 or 2 strands of black energy that separated from the ball all the way to the ground. Then she looked in the direction where it flowed to the right. She saw that the energy stretched all the way to a huge staircase. She watched as it flowed from the middle of the staircase to the front until it reached the end of the staircase. There was a black energy light pillar there, and behind the light pillar there was a huge black throne. I have witnessed the birth and destruction of countless worlds. I have also seen the rise and fall of countless lives. I have watched the unchanging turbulence of the void. Countless years have passed, but nothing in this great world has changed. The battle between order and chaos has never stopped. Your appearance here proves this point. Yun Nuoshing and the others' expressions changed drastically. The clear voice was directly transmitted to their minds. Moreover, the language was not any language that they knew. They understood the meaning of the sentence directly. Yun Nuoshing subconsciously pressed a hand on Yao Guang's head. A surge of energy surged into her body to protect her. However, it was so sudden that the latter was startled. Looking at their extremely serious expressions, she did not dare to move or speak. The origin order has dissipated for countless years. The great world has gone through a great purge. However, the eternal chaos has not come. Everything has returned from chaos to the new order. In the future that we foresee, there is no place for the world of order. Chaos reigns supreme, the void disintegrates, and this great world will eventually return to chaos. Yun Nuoshing and the others looked at each other. Their expressions were extremely serious. Just as they were about to run towards the place where the voice came from, young Master Shen suddenly pulled them back. Other than the serious expression on his face, there was also panic and helplessness. Young Master Shen's gaze startled him. I know what is here. What is it? Yun Nuoshing and Hui were a little nervous, so much so that their breathing was a little rapid. This place was related to the origin of the twisted race. At least that was what young Master Shen said. And there was also a demon here. In their previous speculation, the twisted race. Young Master Shen took a deep breath. Sweat dripped down from his forehead. His lips trembled slightly. This world was exiled. I only heard that a secret about my race is sealed here. Now it seems that this secret should be related to the origin of my race. That devil shadow is the creator of my race, he said. Yun Nuoshing and Hui's pupils shrank. Okay, the truth was out. Yun Nuoshing's speculation was finally verified. However, there were still many things that they needed to speculate. What they had was just some puzzle pieces. If they wanted to know the complete truth, they still needed to put the puzzle pieces together themselves. Yun Nuoshing patted young Master Shen on the shoulder. This topic can be talked about for a long time, but now is definitely not a good time to talk about it. Let's solve the problem here first. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Young Master Shen was shaken by the pat. He raised his head and looked into Yun Nuoshing's eyes. The fear in his eyes faded slightly. He nodded hard. Okay. The few of them walked in the direction of the flow of the black energy. They walked up the stairs that were finally not that high. A light came from nowhere and lit up the space. It also lit up the throne at the end of the stairs. On the dark throne, a huge black figure was sitting. It was a humanoid body. Its face had no facial features. Its whole body was as black as a bucket of ink. In the huge black body, there were white and blue stars connected by lines of energy outlining the appearance of its whole body's skeleton. Then, a huge amount of energy came from its body. Even Yun Nuoshing felt his heart palpitate. That was the power close to the peak of non-order, the peak of chaos. Its position was definitely much higher than his position in order. It was the demon that emerged from the Moonworld Lake. Its aura was the same, but its appearance was different. Sitting here, its power seemed to be more complete. The demon lowered its head. Yun Nuoshing noticed that a gaze fell on him. A voice rumbled in the depths of his mind. Countless years have passed. Everything that belonged to the beginning of the primordial realm has disappeared without a trace. Who would have thought that one day you would appear here? Me? Yun Nuoshing was stunned. It knew me? No one has been able to safely merge the order and chaos of the beginning of the primordial realm into one. They couldn't do it. No one can do it. Who are you? Who are you from the beginning of the primordial realm? Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. So this guy didn't know him, and just guessed that he was from the beginning of the primordial realm, which was the mythological era, from the strange things about him. But in fact, he didn't know if he was or not. His memory could only be traced back to this era, a few eras ago. He didn't know exactly when. I don't know what you're talking about. Yun Nuoshing took a step forward and said calmly, the realm of the gods, the observer, Feng Ling, this is all I know about myself. Young Master Shun's cheeks twitched. He guessed that Yun Nuoshing was a god from the realm of the gods, but he didn't expect her to have an even bigger background. Now that he heard it, his eyes almost popped out. Hui walked forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yun Nuoshing. He said sternly, the guardian of the realm of the gods. Hui, so shouldn't you introduce yourself, dark guy? Young Master Shun's foot slipped, and he almost fell down the stairs behind him. Even two gods were here, but this was far beyond his expectations. The air suddenly became abnormally heavy. No one spoke, but young Master Shen and Yao Guang could feel the pressure from the confrontation between the three people in the air was getting stronger and stronger. It was almost suffocating. The realm of the gods. After about 10 minutes, the demonic figure on the throne started to speak. Suddenly, there was a voice that sounded like laughter or something else. The world that carries all their dreams. The world that carries all the hopes of the world of order. Of course I know about it. It hasn't been destroyed yet. That surprised me a little. However, the ending will not change. Illusory hope will not be able to change everything. This world will return to eternal chaos. The hope in your hearts, let me destroy it. The roaring sound made the space tremble violently. The sudden burst of energy made Yun Nuoshing and Hui turn pale with fright. Yun Nuoshing's figure turned silver white in an instant, and Hui also became fully armed in an instant. Back off. Yun Nuoshing threw Jing Yuanji to Yao Guang. With a wave of her hand, she threw her and young Master Shun to the edge of the hall. She reached out her left hand and hit Hui's right hand very tacitly. They shouted in unison, the realm of creation. As soon as the realm of creation spread out with all the power of the two people, a cloud of black mist that was so thick that it was like a solid body rushed in front of them and blasted toward the two people. Yun Nuoshing hastily formed the realm of creation. She only had time to spread out a few magic circles to deal with the attack. From the attack to her throwing off the three people and forming the realm of creation, everything happened in the same second. Bang! Boom! The energy at the apex of order and chaos collided violently. The dazzling light bloomed, as if hundreds of millions of worlds were collapsing in front of their eyes. The chaotic and disorderly destructive energy made Yun Nuoshing and Hui flustered. They mobilized their own rules and divine right to constantly resist the suppression and ruling power that spread out from this space. After hastily dealing with the first attack, Yun Nuoshing and Hui retreated quickly. Just as they were about to stabilize their bodies, another huge black energy hand that was tens of thousands of feet long appeared in front of them in an instant, before the energy that could collapse the void and the primordial realm reached them. The defense mechanism in Yun Nuoshing and Hui's body had already activated automatically. Before they had time to defend, the palm slapped them into a meteor and slammed them hard into the wall of the hall. The remaining dark energy in their bodies turned into a huge energy impact and burst out, making the two people completely disappear. The energy of the Yuanshi realm. Young Master Shen looked at this scene, and his heart was already cold. He was so shocked that he lost his expression. In the world of order, at least at the top of the world of order at this moment, the two clergymen of the divine world had joined forces, but they were swatted away like flies. Was the Yuanshi realm really so unbeatable? Bang! The wall of the hall collapsed, revealing a wider space behind it. Yun Nuoshing and Hui slowly appeared from the dust. Both of them were imposing, but their bodies were covered with injuries. They looked at each other with cold faces. They didn't need to speak or communicate with their souls. Just by looking at each other, they knew what each other meant. Yuanshi, it was the Yuanshi realm. For the time being, they didn't know what level it was, but today they were afraid that they would die here if something went wrong. They raised their heads at the same time. The demonic figure was still sitting on the throne, without moving at all. The gaze that was cast at them did not carry any meaning or emotion. It was as if he was sizing up two ants. "Why are you not moving at this time?" Yun Nuoshing covered his right hand. He was referring to the origin energy. He didn't know why it had completely calmed down at this time. At that time, it was still protecting him in the demonic abyss. Now he was slapped hard, and it didn't move at all. Hui blinked hard at Yun Nuoshing. "I'll go first, you fill in." The domain of creation also has a certain suppressive power to the realm of Yuanshi. It can't use regular means to deal with us. Hey. The hey at the end was really a shout because Yun Nuoshing had taken the lead and rushed out. Hui was stunned. F***CK. Looks like it's the second plan. And at Yen, divine world vulgarities, hundreds of millions of magic circles rushed out from behind Yun Nuoshing, arranged into a huge God's generation character, and rushed to the demonic shadow together with him. Along the way, it roared and burst out endless energy brilliance. Origin characters. The demonic shadow looked at the huge character formed by the magic circles, and its whisper echoed in the hall. The arm on the throne's armrest waved casually in front of it, and the burst of endless energy exploded in an instant, and the brilliant energy light illuminated the entire hall. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand to summon the energy that had exploded, and the countless magic circles behind him suddenly shattered, turning into energy that merged into his hand. The netherworld ruins sword emerged from his palm and swallowed all the energy in one gulp. The entire sword turned silver white, and it transformed into a huge energy sword that was hundreds of feet long. As he swung the sword, a huge sword light appeared. The huge energy sword was easily caught by a palm. The energy sword light that burst out swept across the hall, evaporating the wall behind the throne into nothingness. just the energy that burst out from the palm, and the huge sword made the surrounding space rumble and shake. Order! Yun Nuoshing was not surprised that his attack was blocked. He freed one hand and was about to use order disintegration on the demonic shadow, but suddenly a danger signal came from behind him, and he was stunned. Be careful! Hui rushed behind Yun Nuoshing with the huge shield in his hand, blocking the destructive energy impact. The collision between the holy light of order and the chaotic dark energy caused Hui's expression to change drastically. He looked at the guardian shield, whose energy was rapidly decreasing, and quickly grabbed Yun Nuoshing and turned around, avoiding the attack. The black energy impact rushed towards the demonic shadow, and it was caught by it, condensing in its hand and not dissipating. Is the power of the world of order only at this level? Is this the power of the realm of the gods? An emotionless voice came from the throne. Hui pulled Yun Nuoshing back a distance and asked, "How is it?" "I can't beat it. It's stronger than Qing Qi, but I don't know how much stronger it is." Yun Nuoshing helplessly expressed that he could not beat it. It was a coincidence that he killed Qing Qi the last time. And this time, in the face of the absolute difference in power, it seemed that there was no way he could do anything. He did not have a divinity carrier. And if that divinity carrier was still there, this time he could set off fireworks on the demonic shadow's head. Yun Nuoshing lowered his head and looked at his hands, and his eyes flashed. "I have a way, but we have to consume its power first. Just tell me what you want me to do. I'll beat it up, and you'll be beaten up." Hui was stunned for a moment, and he reached out to pick his ear. "Huh? Can you reorganize your words?" "I don't have time to joke with you now." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. "If we can't get out, this demonic shadow will definitely kill us here. You don't feel it, but I can feel it." He stared at the motionless shadow on the throne. And that Qing Qi. No, it's the same as the underworld. They both have an indelible evil intention towards the world of order. Qing Qi and the underworld may be postnatal influences, but this demonic shadow, its hostility towards the world of order is definitely innate. The innate opposition between the non-order life form and the world of order. Huh? That's understandable. Hui muttered and nodded. The demonic shadow did not take the initiative to attack Yun Nuoshing and Yun Nuoshing, who were talking quickly. It waited for a long time, and when it saw that there was some movement, it slowly sat up straight. "Have you finished your discussion? Come on, let's fight." Chapter 1445. A mighty burst of energy that was countless times more powerful than the creation of the heavens, and earth shattered the chaotic energy space. The aftermath of the energy vaporized the remaining corner of the temple into nothingness. Under the fiercely shining energy flames, there were hundreds of millions of huge arrays. The light of these arrays was brighter than ever before. Young Master Shun held Yao Guang and stood at a distance in the chaotic space. He could see very clearly from the side. Each magic circle only had a thin layer, and the thickness was negligible. However, the magic circles that appeared in front of him at this moment were stacked layer by layer. He could see that the thickness of the magic circles was very obvious. From the side, it looked like a biscuit. Boom, boom. The dark red destructive energy was rampaging in the chaotic space. Every energy shockwave could explode an entire world of light into powder. Yun Nuoshing's body was blooming with an unprecedentedly strong silvery white light. He stood at the center of the magic circles, like an emperor of the magic circles. The hundreds of billions of magic circles were his soldiers, his weapons, and his strength. If he was the emperor of the magic circles, then on the other side of the space, the guy who was still sitting on the throne even after the temple was demolished was the master of this space. At this moment, The two of them felt that all the chaotic energy in this space was the energy released by the magic circles. They were equivalent to plunging into the headquarters of the enemy that had been operating for countless years. Fortunately, they had activated the realm of creation earlier, so the magic circle's order level and other aspects of the magic circles did not affect them much. They could suppress the magic circle's influence with just a little bit of power. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and pointed to the distance. Behind him, countless magic circles exploded with a loud roar, releasing a monstrous amount of energy. One after another, the attacks that had materialized and shone brightly with energy rushed towards the demonic shadow. Fortunately, they were fighting in this special space. If they were fighting in the outside space, the void and the land of nothingness would have already sunk countless times. In this space where there was nothing to obstruct them, Yun Nuoshing and the demonic shadow could throw powerful energy attacks at each other from any direction at any time. This was also the reason why Yun Nuoshing asked Hui to help him defend. He had to use all of his strength to attack, and didn't have the slightest bit of thought to defend. Milky Way, gather! A light shout came out of his mouth. With the magic circles as the center, tens of thousands of magic circles appeared out of thin air and surrounded the magic circles in an airtight spherical formation. Then, countless energy waves burst out from the magic circles behind him. After hundreds of times of energy waves, the energy waves finally gushed out from the spherical formation and blasted toward the magic circle's face. Behind him, in front of him, and in other directions, his senses sensed fatal threats coming from all directions. If any of these attacks landed on him, he would probably fall into nothingness along with the hundreds of billions of magic circles and be doomed eternally. Son, come at me, idiot! At percent. Countless black energy waves burst out from the space. There were even a few places where there was not a trace of a physical attack. There was only an intention to attack. However, we knew where the attacks were coming at them. He gave up on holding a sword and a shield in one hand and simply carried two giant shields in the air. There were also thousands of giant golden shields around him. He swore in the celestial realm as he fearlessly rushed toward the magic circle's attacks with his two shields. The huge golden barrier enveloped him, and Yun Nuoshing, protecting the latter from all directions. However, when Hui judged that there were some attacks that he could not let land directly on the barrier, he would rush forward with the two giant shields. The violent energy waves from the other emperor in this space kept splashing on the golden barrier like monstrous waves. It looked really unstable, but that was the barrier's own defensive phenomenon. As long as no energy waves rushed into the barrier, it would be considered blocked. Oh. Hui felt that there was a destructive energy in front of him that was so powerful that it sent chills down his spine. It was rushing toward him from the other side of the barrier. He was about to use his face to block the attack of the unknown thing with the two city walls. Then the space suddenly exploded. Dozens of human faces with endless resentment mixed with black energy rushed toward his face like evil spirits rushing out from hell. Hui was so scared that his hair stood on end. The two city walls pushed forward together and pushed the divine barrier forward. The energy that rushed from the front hit the giant shield head-on. The attack was deflected, drawing a black trace and disappearing into the chaotic space. Wherever the energy passed, the entire barrier was stirred up like a boiling golden ocean. That's the energy of the dozens of high-level heavenly origin gods that came in before us. Young Master Shun's eyes widened. He could not hide the shock on his face. They were indeed dead. Even their souls and the heavenly origin gods had fallen into the hands of the demon shadow. If we had chosen to block the attack head-on, the golden barrier would have shattered by now. Even if the attack was deflected successfully, it would have caused some damage to the barrier. However, the guardian of the celestial realm was really something. His defense was truly worthy of the title guardian. With his strength alone, he withstood the bombardment of his race's creator for half an hour. Although he was wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf, flustered and panicked all the time, and every attack that he had to personally deal with made him run around in circles, he was really tough. The Guardian's barrier was a powerful barrier that was second only to the Creation's barrier. It was known as the first barrier in the world of order, and also Huey's most powerful defense. The seemingly ordinary barrier, which looked like an ocean being hit by a heavy object, was actually very mysterious. To put it bluntly, every attack that landed on the barrier would be repeatedly weakened by thousands of times. Then, the attack would collide with the barrier for tens of thousands of times. If the energy was not completely depleted by then, the remaining energy would be assimilated by the void and the land of nothingness. If there was still energy left, it would have to go through dozens of defenses before it could really surge into the barrier. However, at that level, the energy that could penetrate the barrier would not be very powerful. Another thing that dazzled young Master Shin and Yao Guang was Yun Nuoxing's attacks. It was a living example of what it meant to be a moving apocalypse. Cannons were bombarding everything, and it was a self-propelled source of disaster. Every attack released by the hundreds of billions of magic circles was a destructive disaster in any world. A normal high-level Empyrean god of origin would probably disappear if they were grazed by it, and a peak-level Empyrean god of origin would be injured if they were grazed by it. As expected of the Guardian of Order, the guy who is infinitely close to the primeval realm. Young Master Shin looked at the commotion that seemed to be hundreds of billions of worlds exploding in front of him. He only felt that his eyes were a little dazed. This was actually the truth. However, in this void, not many people in the celestial realm, including the people in the celestial realm, knew about the Observer. Under such circumstances, how did he get the title of Guardian of Order? Yun Nuoxing, and we were very curious about this. Is there an end to this? At percent, Hui Yi's shield knocked away a huge energy storm that was millions of feet in size. He held two shields and panted. He stomped the two shields that were like city walls into the space, one on the left and one on the right. He activated the Guardian barrier to the maximum. Eternal protection. The dark energy that came crashing down like waves hit the Guardian barrier at this moment, but it did not cause much of a commotion. Instead, the energy was bounced back like a tsunami and then rushed into the chaotic space with the waves. I really can't figure out the way that guy attacks. It's too strange. It's almost on my face, but I still can't feel it clearly. Hui Yi floated to Yun Nuoxing's side. He saw that his face was as cold as ice, and his face was full of seriousness. He then looked at the place where countless explosions were happening. He could not help but ask, "Can you hurt it?" "I don't know. I'm trying." Yun Nuoxing shook his head. He was infinitely close to the primeval stage. He could be used as a heavenly god who had just entered the primeval stage because of his accumulation. His strength had reached that level, but he did not reach the final leap. He was still a little short, and he was still not at the primeval stage. He only touched that level with his own methods and methods. If 100 times is not enough, 1,000 times is not enough, 10,000 times is not enough, then 1,000,000 times, 10 million times, until 100 million times. The light on his body became stronger, and the energy reaction from his body became more explosive and violent. He seemed to want to cut himself in half, releasing all the energy without caring about the cost. The silver white on his body even showed signs of turning dark red. The hundreds of billions of array groups trembled again. Young Master Shen and Yao Guang could see with their naked eyes that the thickness of the array groups was increasing bit by bit. That was the superposition of array groups on top of the original array groups, increasing the power of the superposition array groups. 17 million times. Hui pressed down on his clothes that were messed up by the energy storm. He looked at Yun Nuoshing, who was about to burst into flames, and fell silent. Generally speaking, there was a limit to the superposition array groups. There was a limit to the limit of the rules. It was impossible to superposition it continuously. Even if the ordinary array groups were superimposed to the thickness of a world, they would not be able to deliver a blow that was comparable to that of a deity. However, in the realm of creation, in the realm of divinity that they had unleashed first, the limit of the rules was shattered. He could do this, but he did not know how serious the damage to himself would be if he strengthened the array groups without limit. Don't be distracted. Yun Nuoshing shouted. Hui came back to his senses. His opponent's attack was also becoming more and more violent, as if he wanted to destroy this space and perish together with them. The fighting style of these two people was to trade lives for lives. They did not care about their own lives when they fought. However, he was here to protect Yun Nuoshing. Eternity. Hui grabbed a piece of the city wall and threw it out, once again deflecting a frontal attack. He turned his head to look at Yun Nuoshing and said in his soul, "How's the preparation of the origin energy?" Yun Nuoshing was silent. She shook her head and said, "It is not injured." This power, my power, has definitely reached the realm of Yuanshi, but Yun Nuoshing was silent. She did not speak anymore. She just put all her attention into every attack. She was also making adjustments. She did not know why she could not hurt her opponent. The demonic shadow was not using its face to block her attacks. It was also defending. If it was really so powerful that they could not stop it, it could have rushed over and torn them apart. Why was it in a stalemate here? Either the enemy was mentally ill, or it was just playing around. The third situation was that it wasn't as invincible as it appeared to be. The dozens of heavenly origin gods from the distorted races had still managed to inflict a small amount of damage on it. That's right, there were only 3 situations. Hui had thought of this as well, but he could not figure out what the problem was. However, he knew that if he did not figure it out, they would definitely be the first to be defeated in this stalemate. No matter how great Maple's energy capacity was, he was only at the peak of reciprocity. He would run out of energy sooner or later, especially when he was pouring out 17 million times as much energy as he could. His opponent was a true origin stage expert, and they were still in his territory. Nuoshing. 2 short syllables rang in their minds. The sudden burst of powerful pressure made Hui come back to his senses. He controlled the 2 huge city walls to block the guardian barrier. Then a burst of collapsing energy like the collapse of the void pressed on his barrier, shaking his mind. I can't stop attacking. If I reduce the pressure, the instantaneous counterattack is enough to kill. Yun Nuoshing also saw the situation in front of him. The opponent had sped up the pace of the battle. He could only put everything on the line to suppress its crazy attack. I can only leave it to you. F*CK it. Just attack at will. This level. I can still withstand it. Hui yelled loudly and once again used his stubborn twin shields to hold up the barrier, resisting the crazy collapsing force. The ground suddenly shook violently. Jing Yuanji and Dao Tian staggered and half knelt on the ground. The whole world in their sight was shaking violently. The 2 of them looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. What's going on now? Dao Tian leaned on the wall and felt the whole world shaking. Even the endless corridor seemed to be tilting. The space has become unstable. A huge amount of energy is Leaking. No, it's not leaking. It's condensing. There is energy condensing in this place. Jing Yuanji's expression trembled. A huge amount of malice suddenly appeared in the consciousness maze. All the energy imprints I left behind have sensed this malice. It's looking for us. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. Dao Heaven was pulled along by Jing Yuanji, and he quickly followed. It was very troublesome to run in this place, so they could only stumble forward. Dao Heaven looked at Jing Yuanji, who had an incomparably serious expression, and couldn't help but ask, "What happened? Why did the maze suddenly move?" Jing Yuanji pondered and couldn't help but look back. It was deep and dark, and she couldn't see anything. I have two guesses. One is that we are approaching the center or the exit of the maze. It wants to trap us here, so it's moving. The second is Lord Foam, and the others may have done something outside that made it feel dangerous. It needs to mobilize all the energy and has to give up the consciousness maze. Dao Tian thought for a while and shook his head. There's another possibility. Jing Yuanji was stunned. What is it? Big Brother and the others are doing something outside, and we are about to touch something important. This will have a huge impact on what Big Brother and the others want to do. Then, something wants to stop us. Dao Tian's eyes flashed. Seeing how urgent it is, it must be, be careful. Jing Yuanji hurriedly pulled Dao Tian, and the two of them fell forward and rolled for dozens of meters. There was a loud explosion behind them, and the wall they had just passed collapsed. In their current state, just that level of attack would have been enough to kill them. Dao Tian pulled Jing Yuanji up. Looking at the mess behind them, he suddenly put his hands on his hips and puffed out his chest proudly. Humph, I was right. Look at how anxious you are. You want to kill and destroy. Big sister, run. Jing Yuanji grabbed Dao Heaven and ran away. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was true that trouble came from careless talk. Before Jing Yuanji could finish her sentence, the ground behind her began to collapse. Moreover, it was collapsing toward them. If they were thrown out of the consciousness maze, they might lose the hope of returning to their original bodies. Up ahead, up ahead. Dao Heaven, who was being carried on her shoulder, couldn't help but scream along the way. She saw a large black shadow wriggling on the ground in front of her, and she was so scared that she screamed. Jing Yuanji hurriedly sped up. Before the unknown black shadow could take shape, she passed by it with a swoosh. Then, the collapsing space swallowed the black shadow that was taking shape. After narrowly avoiding a large number of obstacles and attacks from unknown things, Dao Tian was so scared that he almost cried. Why is it that after coming here, we are either running or being chased? You ask me, I don't know. I'm being chased too. Jing Yuanji still had time to respond. She was already running as fast as she could, but the space she passed by was collapsing faster than her. It was getting closer and closer to them. Being carried on his shoulder, Dao Heaven suddenly swung his hand and grabbed a part of the wall that was protruding from the two sides of the wall. With a forceful grab, he pulled out the entire 1-meter-long metal bar and swung it around like a stick. What are you doing? Jing Yuanji was stunned by her actions. Then, seeing Dao Tian throw the metal bar forward, she couldn't help but ask, "There's something in front." As soon as Dao Tian opened his mouth, the two of them heard a horrifying scream in front of them. It made Jing Yuanji and Dao Tian's hair stand on end. That sound was too horrifying. They didn't know if some evil spirit had appeared. Under the constant pressure of the collapsing sound behind them, Jing Yuanji and Dao Tian quickly arrived at the place where the sound had come from. They saw the broken metal bar lying on the ground. Dao Tian looked at it and was stunned. I just threw it in a straight line. It hit something. Squatting down, Jing Yuanji reached out and brushed the top of the metal bar. She grabbed a mass of black energy. It should have hit some kind of energy life form. Whatever, run first. Jing Yuanji took a deep breath and ran even faster. Dao Heaven suddenly patted her shoulder and said, "Wait a minute. Big sister, look behind you." Jing Yuanji turned around. The passage behind them stopped collapsing, but the trembling of the maze did not weaken. After the passage behind them collapsed, there was only darkness. It was more complete than nothingness. Jing Yuanji had no doubt that if the two of them fell in, they would be disintegrated into dust in less than a second by the chaotic rules there. It stopped. Jing Yuanji muttered. She could feel that the evil spirit was still there, but she didn't know why the collapse scene did not spread to here. Door. Dao Tian patted Jing Yuanji and pointed ahead. The two of them turned around and looked ahead. There was a door that was hundreds of feet tall. It was bigger than the hall and the entrance of the passage they saw before. When they first came here, there was no such door at all. They didn't know why it suddenly appeared in front of them. Dao Tian jumped down from Jing Yuanji's shoulder and reached out to press on the door. "It's open. I don't know what will be inside when we open the door. We can't keep standing here." Jing Yuanji took a deep breath and nodded to Dao Tian. "Open it. What we see inside, we'll talk about it then." Dao Tian swallowed and nodded hard. He and Jing Yuanji each pressed on one side of the door. The two of them pushed hard and pushed the door in front of them open. With a loud bang, some light came out from the gap of the door. It was a dark light. Just a glance at it made them feel that their strength was drained. However, it seemed to be a weakening effect, not a continuous depriving of their strength. After pushing the door open a gap, Jing Yuanji and Dao Tian flashed into the mysterious place. The door behind them closed with a heavy sound, and then disappeared quietly. The hall in front of them became a closed hall. There were only the two of them and the huge mass of black light in front of them. Chapter 1446. It was a huge, spherical space. Along the walls of the space, there were many stone pillar-like things embedded in the walls. Jing Yuanji and Dao Tian walked in from between two of the pillars. Energy so dense that it became solid fell from the ceiling of the space, flowing diagonally along the walls. Then it drilled into the pillars and turned back into energy, emitting a dim light. At the center of the ceiling of the hall, there was a large cloud of black energy mist. That cloud of mist was about 1,000 to 2,000 meters long. At its core, there was a crimson core in the shape of a cracked planet. That core was surging, and the layer of cloud-like energy on the outside was also surging. This thing occupied half the volume of the hall with its imposing manner. It was also constantly surging like a cloud. Every time that crimson core flashed violently, the energy of this space would tremble because of it. Dao Heaven looked at the cloud of energy in shock. What is that?" Jing Yuanji cautiously walked forward and looked up at the boiling cloud of energy, her pretty face solemn. "That should be the core of this consciousness maze. But that's not all. I also feel very, very, very rich divinity laws and quasi-divine power from it. And all of them are the opposite of order. It's definitely very high on the non-order ladder." "Order, non-order, what are you talking about, big sister?" Dao Heaven scratched his head. Didn't I tell you this before?" Jing Yuanji looked at Dao Heaven in shock and could not help but frown when she saw Dao Heaven's blank face. It seemed that it was because of the cognitive barrier again. Even Dao Heaven, who was heavily protected in Lord Feng's soul. It seemed that Lord Feng and the others would run into a lot of trouble outside. If that was the case, they could not delay any longer. "Let's not talk about that for now. This cloud of energy is the core of the consciousness maze. As long as we destroy it, we can return to the real world. Tao Heaven looked at his blue-haired big sister's solemn face and did not suspect anything. He looked up at the big thing with her. But how do we destroy it? We are only a consciousness here, and big sister, you only have half a soul. Jing Yuanji, that's a problem. Then, both of them were silent. They stood there and looked at each other in silence. This huge space did not seem to be completely separated from the space they were in just now. They could still feel a faint tremor. It was as if they had just scurried away in an alley in an earthquake. Now, they had just found a relatively safe place. The earthquake was isolated, but there were still one or two tremors that were strong enough to reach them. Jing Yuanji stood there in a daze for half an hour, and Dao Tian circled the space for half an hour as well. The two racked their brains, but could not come up with a solution. With just two consciousnesses here, what kind of destructive power could they create? It was unrealistic to use the scene to make it self-destruct. Big sister, do you have a solution? Tao Heavens, of course. Tao Heavens, of course, she had no clue. Tao Heaven's big sister. There is a way. Huh. Tao Heaven was stunned. He saw some hope and hope on Jing Yuanji's face. She seemed to have entrusted her hope to someone, and it was someone she trusted. That could only be her big brother. But her big brother was far away from them. How could he help them? Seeing Tao Heaven's shocked and puzzled expression, Jing Yuanji's hand seals changed slowly, and she said softly, "Consciousness does not have much power, but our main life form is in the form of energy, and I still have half of my soul here. For an energy life form, only with the senses and consciousness can we weave a self, and the existence of a self is equivalent to the core of this consciousness maze. The core comes first, and then the body. Master Feng once wrote about an attack that can be launched as long as one has consciousness and soul. However, it can only be launched by an energy life form. It's a trump card among trump cards. Even in a life or death situation, one must use it with caution. Is the price very high? No, you need to be extremely focused. It's like you need to focus your entire body's attention. And then pay attention to the minute movements of a person's face in a world, a galaxy, or a star across the void. You don't have that much time to slowly focus in a moment of life and death. Tao Heaven, what kind of unorthodox move is this? After Jing Yuanji finished speaking, she didn't speak again. She opened her eyes wide and concentrated on drawing a very strange rune stroke by stroke. It was a rune composed of soul power and consciousness. It took her a full 10 minutes to breathe a sigh of relief. Tao Heaven couldn't help but lean over to take a look. When she sensed the weak energy coming from the rune, a drop of sweat appeared on her pretty face. Big sister, can this little bit of energy really destroy the core? She looked up at the rolling black cloud. If the two balls of energy collided, Jing Yuanji's ball of energy would probably be annihilated in an instant. This is just a primer. It's used to detonate the target's energy. It's a powerful attack on the level of laws. Jing Yuanji's right hand grabbed the transparent rune, and her long, shapely eyebrows slightly furrowed. I'm just worried that the core of the labyrinth has a special law defense that can block this level of destructive attack. If that's the case, then it really won't. Boom, boom. A dull rumble came from the distance again. Jing Yuanji and Tao Heaven were both startled. The stability of the space had dropped again. This time, they could clearly feel a sense of urgency. The master of the labyrinth was urgently extracting all the energy in the space. Although he didn't know what was happening outside, to be able to force the creator of the labyrinth to draw out the energy of the labyrinth, it could only be that Lord Maple and Lord Hui were doing something outside. Perhaps it was because of this that the demonic shadow didn't notice two ants entering the core of the labyrinth. Soul Thorn, go! Jing Yuanji shook her head and concentrated. Her right hand gripped the soul rune tightly, and then she flicked it toward the huge black cloud above. Without making any noise, it drilled into the cloud, and the energy contained in it suddenly boiled. It was as if a small flame had rushed into the sun without causing any ripples. There was only a strange silence in the space. Dao Heaven had been imagining the scene of an earth-shattering explosion in his mind. However, after waiting for a long time, the energy cloud was still calm. Jing Yuanji could already feel the energy boiling and taking effect, but there was no sign of anything happening. This made her a little stunned. Is there really a law defense? I'll go take a look, Dao Heaven muttered. Jing Yuanji couldn't help but sigh. She gritted her teeth, thinking that the soul rune had failed. Just as she was about to try again, her expression suddenly changed. She hurriedly pressed down Dao Heaven, who was about to jump up, and threw him to the ground. Be careful! The moment he shouted, the energy lines connected to the walls of the hall suddenly turned grayish-white, as if they had been petrified. The grayish color quickly spread toward the core. Then, the energy that had been quiet for several minutes was suddenly covered by a layer of gray. The energy inside was very restless and violent. A low, muffled sound suddenly rang out in their minds. Dao Heaven, who had been looking up curiously, hurriedly covered her head. However, the moment she lowered her head, she saw a dazzling energy suddenly erupt. The dazzling light rapidly approached the two of them, stunning her for a moment. Eula, 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 Eula! Watch me send you flying. Huey's hair was disheveled. He held two giant shields that were like city walls and waved them with all his might. He fiercely blocked every attack that came at him, as if he was dancing. The space was filled with afterimages, left behind by him waving the giant shields. The light of the two guardian shields had already dimmed by half. He was only relying on his own momentum to hold on. In front of him, there was a vast and endless attack that was like a void smashing down on him. Energy blasts, giant palm prints, smelly feet, and thousands of moves from various worlds. They greeted his face as if they were free. The shield and shield were actually no different from his face. Foam, don't worry about me. Beat him up. Ah, I can hold on. I can still hold on. I can still hold on. Huey's shield was smashed into pieces. The mixed impact of the dark energy and void energy that rushed over like a solid pillar smashed the shield into pieces. The energy blasts were also successfully pushed back the way they came. The huge explosion of energy swallowed up the countless energy behind it. Bang! The huge explosion of dark energy shook Huey's absolute defense. His other hand trembled violently due to the feedback, and the guardian shield fell out of his hand. He roared and waved his hands to block it. He waved his fists from a distance. He used the guardian shield to hammer away the energy blasts time and time again, or he used the shield to take the attacks head on. I can hold on. I can still hold on. Foam, save me. I really can't hold on any longer. Yun Nuoshing's eyes, which were flashing with a crazy look, suddenly turned to the side. She saw Hui integrating his body into the shield and using his face to block the hundreds of billions of attacks that came at him every second. Looking at his sorry state, she also gritted her teeth and turned her head to the side, no longer paying attention to him. The energy blasts from her attacks became more and more violent and vast. Every second and every moment, the energy of the entire void region smashed onto the demon's face. 97 million times the power. Is it still not enough? Yun Nuoshing let out the craziest roar from the bottom of her heart. Should she bet everything on it? At this moment, your weak souls of order can't withstand a battle of this level. The demons in different voice reverberated in the space, but to the two of them, it sounded like a taunt. Obediently surrender. F***CKU. $@ He opened his mouth and swore in the realm of the gods. His eyes emitted a sacred golden light, and a sacred rune appeared in front of his forehead. The moment it appeared, it ignited with golden flames. He roared and punched away the energy that was as heavy as a large world. He waved his hands and condensed 2 shields that were as huge as planets. Countless golden swords surrounded the shields. I've used countless taunts in my life, but I don't take taunts. Phone, don't worry about me. Worst comes to worst. I'll wait for you on the path of reincarnation. The roar from the soul caused Yun Nuoshing's dark red eyes to turn completely red and black. The veins on his beautiful face bulged, and his expression was ferocious. He let out a crazy roar that sounded like a peerless demon. All of the energy seals on his body shone with an unstoppable light. The origin seal was also ignited by his crazy activation. The nether void sword appeared in front of him, and in an instant it shattered into neat cubes and merged into his body. 100 million! Yun Nuoshing roared crazily, and the endless formations behind him became thicker again. Furthermore, the new formations that appeared this time were formations that were drawn into another god's generation's language. Groups of formations stacked together without any hindrance or restriction, breaking all the restrictions of the rules, and the power of the formations also skyrocketed without any limit. All of the colors of the energy were replaced with a dark red color. It was as if the light of creation was constantly flashing and exploding in this crazy and chaotic space. This chaotic space seemed so calm under his crazy outburst. Yun Nuoshing waved his hands and slapped them together. 200 million, 70 million times. Soul-burning technique. Devour this soul for me. The scarlet rune merged with the origin seal, and the powerful soul that had endured countless years of time was ignited by the scarlet rune. Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. Give me more. Give me more. The body had already lost its physical state, and it became an illusory shadow that floated in the same place. Endless rainbow energy bloomed from its body, and it wanted to tear apart the chaos in this space. Yun Nuoshing did not care about the cost, and used all of the methods that he could reach. 400 million times. Burn until nothing is left. This sudden movement caused Yun Nuoshing to feel a piercing pain and a shattering feeling from the depths of his soul. His crazed expression suddenly froze, and he was confused for a moment. However, a moment later, he was covered by an even more violent light. The origin imprint on his hand lit up with a dazzling light. In the space behind him, a huge blue array formation that was visible to the naked eye appeared with a rumbling sound. It was stacked on top of the array formation that was almost 10,000 feet thick. Then, a group of green array formations, a group of red array formations. He used the origin energy separately, and each type of origin energy weaved a group of array formations. Finally, he merged them together, avoiding the sense of disharmony caused by mixing them in a group of array formations. However, the burden on him was too great. He did not know if the demonic shadow was mocking him, but he knew that his weak soul could not withstand this degree of burning and self-destruction. 800 million times. The energy output that was close to the limit caused the 6 divine halos behind him to be filled with cracks, and they trembled constantly, as if they were afraid of him. The strength of the energy was still increasing without restraint, and the wail of the space was already ringing in everyone's ears. The energy was definitely comparable to the attack of the primeval god of the beginning, or even stronger. But why aren't you hurt? Why aren't you hurt? You go to hell. Yun Nuoshing's furious roar caused Huey's expression to tremble. He fiercely bit his lips and forced himself to not think about that problem. He only watched as the primordial realm's collapse continued to fluctuate in front of his eyes. His heart also slowly sank. Up till this point in the battle, that demon shadow was not injured at all. Maple's power had definitely reached the primeval realm. Could it be that the other party was a middle or high-level existence of the origin energy? Then why didn't it just come over and tear them apart? Judging from the energy it was releasing, it did not seem to be of that level Maple. He smiled bitterly in his heart. His hands were already frozen, and he could not move them anymore. His energy body collapsed a few minutes later than Maple did, and what was left was only an illusory figure, and it was gradually fading. I may not be able to hold on. Wait a moment, I'll see you later. In Yun Nuoshing's soul, the little angel, and Qingyu were also burning their own soul energy, and all of it was transferred to Yun Nuoshing, sharing a part of the damage that was getting more and more serious. Their bodies were occupied by many colorful runes and divine patterns, which were their own power. He had never thought of borrowing their power. The purple ball that had been jumping around Siyu and Feng Qing Huang suddenly stopped. It made a gesture as if it was thinking like a naughty child who had suddenly calmed down and was thinking about something. After a while, it jumped down from Siyu, drew a line in the air, and dove into the arms of the little angel. The colorful divine patterns instantly climbed up its small body. The purple and gold light that suddenly appeared in the depths of Yun Nuoshing's soul made his eyes, which were at the edge of madness, suddenly clear up for a moment. He lowered his head and pressed his hand on his chest. A kind of energy suddenly appeared in his heart. It was not as strong as the origin energy, nor was it standing at the peak of order, but it was not far from it. This energy was like a bridge, and it made the fragmented energy in his body suddenly merge perfectly. Even the origin energy was no exception. The array formation that had grown to a width of 2,000 to 3,000 meters suddenly trembled, and colors began to flow between them. In just a few breaths of time, the tens of trillions of array formations had all fused into a single flowing color, and all the energy had fused into one little purple soul. Yun Nuoshing instantly understood what was happening in his body. He pressed his hand on his chest, and for a moment he felt extremely conflicted. After a while, he took a deep breath, and all the colors on his body merged into one. There were even more colors that were scrambling to jump into the big vat of dye, making the already beautiful colors even more gorgeous. He reached out his right hand and pressed on the space in front of him. This is the most perfect moment that I can achieve at this moment. The demonic shadow's body that was sitting up suddenly slowly stood up from the throne. It waved its hand gently, and the vast energy that was pouring down from the void all collapsed on the spot. The endless energy that was pouring in could not get close to it. Even though it was separated by the gorgeous scene of void explosion, it could still see the changes on Yun Nuoshing's body. That energy, it's them. That's right. That's the energy of the origin order. That's the energy of the beginning of the elemental realm, the peak and beginning of order. I'll give it everything I have. 6 billion times the energy. Be buried in this void for me. The 6 divine halos behind Yun Nuoshing collapsed, and he let out a final roar. The magic circle behind him also collapsed in the flow of energy that was so huge that it exceeded its limit. All the energy was compressed and condensed into one final blow, and it exploded with a loud bang. That was a power that was enough to penetrate 8 elemental realms. At this moment, the space in front of them suddenly trembled violently, and huge cracks instantly penetrated the entire space in sight. Countless sounds of collapse and destruction echoed in their ears, and the three of them were stunned. The demonic shadow even raised its head in surprise. It seems that I've lost. Two little ants took advantage of the loophole. It contains all the energy of order. It seems that I won't be able to see it again. Hee hee. The entire space exploded, and everything in front of them turned into bubbles and quickly disintegrated into ashes. Like the yellow sand of time, everything dissipated with the wind, and the entire space disappeared together with it. Bang! There was a sound that sounded like someone was hit by a stick, and the sound of space collapsing sounded in their minds. Yun Nuoshing and the others suddenly widened their eyes, and a light that came out of nowhere fell into their eyes. In front of them was a huge spiral staircase, and in the space beside them, a huge black, transparent sphere was suspended in the air, motionless. The shining starlight inside it represented a huge light cluster of worlds. You guys finally came back to your senses. A voice made Yun Nuoshing, Hui, and young Master Shen turn their heads abruptly. They saw Yao Guang suddenly let out a sigh of relief and grabbed Yun Nuoshing's arm, shaking it continuously. You guys have been in a daze for 4 hours. I talked to you guys, and you guys didn't react at all when I touched you. I thought you guys were silent. You almost scared me to death. Yun Nuoshing and the others. What happened just now was just an illusion. Or was it in another space of consciousness? Yun Nuoshing checked the condition of his body. There was no backlash, but the girls in the spiritual world were so tired that they were paralyzed on the ground. However, they were in excellent condition. It seemed that it wasn't all an illusion. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the deepest part of the hall. A black throne appeared in his sight, and at the same time, a black demonic figure sitting on the throne appeared. However, this time there were floating clusters of light in the space beside the figure. The clusters of light were all figures who had lost their life force. They were the high-tier, heavenly gods of origin. Illusion, but it's also real enough. Lord Feng, I told you that the soul and perception are the key. Jing Yuanji's voice suddenly rang in his ears. A warm wind blew past his ears, and Yun Nuoshing's body went numb. His hands trembled, and he almost threw her to the ground. Chapter 1447. You're awake. Yun Nuoshing felt the movement on his back and gently put down the girl who had been lying on his back for a long time. He was also stunned when he did this, because he had already thrown Jing Yuanji to Yao Guang when they started fighting. It seemed that they had already fallen into another space before that. Perhaps they had already been sucked in when they first came down. Lord Feng, we're back. Jing Yuanji stood on the throne and nodded at Yun Nuoshing with a smile on her pretty face. No, I'm still in a daze. Who can explain to me what happened? Hui scratched his head in confusion. He looked at the guy sitting on the throne from the corner of his eye. It did not seem to have any intention of moving now, and judging from its energy reaction, he could feel that it was very weak. It was still lively and ready to sink the 8 elements realm with them at any time, but now it was so weak it was like a frail old man. Jing Yuanji shrugged and quickly explained the matter in her soul. After listening, Yun Nuoshing let out a long, "Oh." If that's the case, it means that you are in the subconscious space, and the place where Hui and I fought was also in the space of consciousness. However, that was the main space of consciousness. No wonder it was invincible and so resistant to beatings. I didn't even see a scratch on it after a long time. Hui smiled bitterly. It was not just resistant to beatings. It was equivalent to being invincible in the non-order plane. He had exerted all his power and still could not touch it. In the main space of consciousness, it should be in a state of perfection comparable to its own. Judging from that energy, it should be at least, I'm not sure, but it should be in the Yuanshe realm. The lower limit is between the beginner and the middle level, but who knows if it has a hidden card? Yun Nuoshing shook his head, helplessly. Even if he unleashed one, 6 billion times the energy, he probably would not be able to cause any damage to the demonic shadow. He would not be able to cause any damage to it in the space of its consciousness. The difference in strength was really too great. It was as far as the entire primordial realm, unless he once again sacrificed his divinity carrier. But he no longer had that. Only the last perfect release of the origin energy had made the demonic shadow a little interested. Young Master Shen saw the three of them communicating with their eyes. He scratched his head and said, "The demon shadow is the creator of our race. It may be far more powerful than you think. It is in existence in the same period as the origin great deity." Visible sweat quickly appeared on the faces of Yun Nuoshing and the other two. Drops of sweat kept dripping down. They had never felt such panic in their hearts before. Of course, they had guessed this result. After all, that energy and rule that was close to the peak of the non-order plane was almost equivalent to the origin energy. It was not surprising that it was a life in the same period as the origin heavenly deity. To be honest, they were about to die of surprise. Yun Nuoshing opened his mouth and said something vague. Jing Yuanji and Hui were stunned. They did not hear clearly and did not ask. Looking at his frown and pondering, he was probably working on a puzzle. "Let's not talk about this first. That guy is still sitting up there. Let's deal with it first." Hui pointed at the demon shadow on the throne at the end of the stairs. Yun Nuoshing heard and nodded. This was indeed not the place to talk. It was better to deal with the matter here first. Once again, the five of them stepped onto the flight of stairs, silently taking step by step. Yun Nuoshing and the others raised their heads to look at the group of distorted Empyrean gods hanging in midair, and they couldn't help but frown. When they stepped onto the second platform of the flight of stairs, the guy on the throne spoke again, his voice also directly transmitted into their minds. "I have witnessed the destruction of the void and the primordial realm. Chaos should have come after they disappeared, and order should have returned to silence forever. However, the eternal chaos did not come. It seemed that this void was unwilling to remain silent and empty. It once again created order, igniting an endless sea of sparks in the void. Why? They have long been silent. The order of this world should also be silent forever, falling into endless darkness. But why?" Yun Nuoshing paused slightly. He looked up at it and found that it was also looking at him. After a moment, he continued to raise his foot. "What is the significance of the origin heavenly deity to the order of the void? The origin heavenly deity? Oh, you are talking about them. They are the pinnacle of order, the pinnacle of order in the eight elements realm. They are the embodiment of order, the creator of order. They are existences that are the complete opposite of me." The voice of the demon echoed directly in their minds, allowing them to understand the meaning of its words. Yun Nuoshing nodded slightly. This explanation was not much different from what they knew. However, even this guy who was not from the plane of order felt that something was wrong. Could there be another explanation? That's right, another conclusion and explanation that he came up with himself? Perhaps the truth was actually that simple? But what does this have to do with the origin heavenly deity? The existence of the void is only because it exists here. The world simply exists in the void. Everyone, mortals, ordinary life forms, cultivators, gods, deities, and even you are just adding some definitions to them. In fact, they simply exist there. The origin heavenly deity is the embodiment of order. The origin heavenly deity can also create order, but the existence of the void. Yun Nuoshing's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and said seriously, to put it bluntly, what does the existence of the void have to do with them? It is just the void itself that exists here. The void itself wants to create a world with order. The origin heavenly deity is just a group of bitter watchers, observers, and maintenance workers in this vast and endless world of order, even though they stand above the void and above the primordial realm. As long as they do not want to replace the void and the primordial realm, they are not completely tied to the void and the primordial realm. Hui and Jing, Yuan-ji, stared blankly at Yun Nuoshing. Their hearts were also in turmoil because of his words. It was indeed blasphemous, but it did seem to be the case. The origin, heavenly deity never wanted to replace the void or do anything to it. We knew this. The fragments at the bottom of the realm of the gods. No, they were just fragments. Well, he was not sure if they had those thoughts or actions. The origin heavenly deity and the others have the ability to do this. As you said, they are the embodiment of order and stand at the peak of order. So, what is wrong with them replacing the world of order? If they wanted to do so, even if the void and the primordial realm went through destruction once or even more times, they would still leave an indelible mark here. But they did not. Yun Nuoshing and the others stood in front of the demon shadow and raised their heads to look at this peerless great demon. Even though they could feel that it was already very weak, even though they could feel that its energy was leaking out and that it could not maintain its form, they could still feel the heart-palpitating feeling coming from its body. However, this time, it was definitely not an invincible existence. Until now, they still did not know what this demonic shadow was. It just said that it was an existence that was completely opposite to the origin heavenly deity. The origin heavenly deity was the creator of order. Then it was the creator of non-order. What a wonderful way of putting it. Perhaps this is how it should be. Perhaps, as you said, what should be done is to replace and change the order of the void, and not. No, yes, that's right. Even if we want to do this, we still need to eradicate them. No, maybe we don't need to. Maybe we just need a piece of the void. Yes, yes. The demonic shadow rumbled and said something. Yun Nuoshing and the others were confused and could not understand the meaning of this sentence for a while. Yun Nuoshing paid attention to another sentence. When it said, eradicate them, could it be referring to the origin heavenly deity? Did this guy kill them? It sounded like a fantasy story. Moreover, during the battle at dusk, she did not see any existence like this demonic shadow. There was only another group of humanoid figures, the primeval heavenly deities, and Yun Nuoshing was stunned. There was also a blurry black fog in the image, right behind the person holding the spear. There was a black fog that was as vast as the sea. It was crazier and more destructive than the death fog of the abyss. Could that be? What was your identity during the fall of the origin heavenly deity? Yun Nuoshing suddenly asked. Me? A participant in the battle. But I'm already dead, the demonic shadow said without hesitation. It did not seem to care who knew about this matter. I died in their hands. Died? Yun Nuoshing was stunned. What did it mean to appear here even after death? Then why are you sealed here? Here? No, I'm not here. I'm here. It's just that. Ah, right, I feel it. The demonic shadow's attention suddenly fell on young Master Shen. It's the same as the group of people who broke in earlier. They have a part of my aura. So that's how it is. A life that was indirectly created by my power. That's how I appeared here. Interesting. Even the life in this world is the same. So I can create life too. He. The demonic shadow suddenly stood up and stepped over Yun Nuoshing and the others. It slowly walked towards the huge sphere that symbolized the void. The rumbling voice sounded again. Inheritor of the origin, you are searching for some dusty past and truth. You are very interesting and courageous. Then, seize this courage. Before you feel despair, before you chase to the end of despair, slowly walk down this path. This void will eventually fall into endless chaos. Inheritor, I look forward to the next time we meet. Hee hee. The demonic shadow stood in front of the void. Its body dissipated bit by bit as it spoke. It disappeared into thin air like a cloud. After it disappeared, the deity of the distorted clan that was hanging in the sky also fell to the ground. Its body began to rapidly dissipate into pure energy and merged into a huge vision. The dark energy that existed in this space also abruptly disappeared, like the ebbing tide. It still talks so much before it dies. We could not help but roll his eyes. It was probably besieged and sealed before we came in. Then, Jing Yuanji dismantled its consciousness core. Plus, Feng and I fought with it in the main consciousness space to consume its energy. No matter how strange it is, it should be dead now. And it's a guy who likes to talk to himself. Jing Yuanji nodded. Suddenly, she saw Yun Nuoxing looking over. She blushed and hurriedly waved her hand. Ah, I didn't mean to talk about Lord Feng. I was talking about it. Yun Nuoxing reached out and patted Jing Yuanji's head. She looked at the space where the vision burst out and let out a long sigh of relief. Anyway, this matter has come to an end. But there are still a lot of questions left. After solving some of the puzzles, there will be more and more puzzles. If we keep chasing, sooner or later, we will be doomed because we unearth something terrible buried deep in time. Chasing to the end of despair. Then I'll see the truth at the end of despair, if that day comes. In general, they came here to understand some things and obtained another piece of the puzzle. They could connect many things together, one by one. As for the many relationships in between, they would have to rack their brains and scratch their heads to connect the dots. After leaving the temple, they found the woman in green and Mr. Spector's group not far away. When they saw Yun Nuoxing and the others return, they were very excited and rushed over. Captain, the energy of the monsters in the heavenly wasteland and this entire area is gradually declining. If there are no accidents, this trend of decline may continue. The blonde youth shouted at Yao Guang excitedly. The energy reaction is declining. That's a good thing. Yes, it's a good thing. Yao Guang still hadn't recovered from what Yun Nuoxing and the others told him. He was still in a daze at this moment. When he heard what they said, he just casually responded and nodded. How's the Northern Temple? Mr. Spector looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others and asked expectantly. The Northern Temple, it's still the Northern Temple, but it has lost its original function. Yun Nuoxing glanced behind them. The temple on the sea had disappeared again. Before they came out, they had completely demolished the temple. It was probably useless now. The core of the temple was also dead, or maybe it was dead. In any case, it had disappeared here. The temple had lost its original function. Yao Guang casually dealt with his team members. After a while, he recovered and staggered in front of Yun Nuoxing. He pulled his shoulder and said, "It's over? It's really over?" Yes, it's really over. You've already confirmed it with me 3 times. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and patted Yao Guang's head. When he saw the puzzled and confused expression on everyone's face, he sighed and decided to say it again. There's a huge monster lurking in the Northern Temple. That monster existed at the same time as this world. In other words, it has already existed since the beginning of the world. The monsters are also a dangerous race because of it. Now, it's all good. The source has been eliminated. There will be no more heavenly wasteland, no more mountains and seas, and no more monsters gathering there. This world is safe, and there won't be any factors that will affect this world. Well, It took less than a minute to fabricate this explanation. They had no way to find out the reason behind it, and there was no way for them to delve into it. Moreover, for these creatures who lived in an abyss of suffering, compared to finding out the source, origin, and why, a sentence like, "It's over," was far more relaxing and reassuring. Yun Nuoshing was a little glad that the battle back then was actually in the main consciousness space. They thought that Yao Guang existed there. And the little girl did not witness the earth-shattering battle that could blow up the primordial realm. This also saved him some time to explain. Young Master Shen looked at the end of the ocean and stretched his arms. When he saw Hui walking over, he could not help but ask, "Don't we need to get rid of that temple?" "It's okay. You saw it just now. We've completely dismantled it and removed all the energy inside. There won't be anything bad left. Just let it stay there. Every year, it will be caught and thrown around by the chasm of laws. Just treat it as some conceptual belief left for the creatures of this world. This kind of legendary thing will not be easily erased." Hui grinned. "Even what we talked about today, Yao Guang and the others will not casually talk about it. Do you believe me? There are too many things involved. It's like if one day someone suddenly tells me in my face that the origin of my race is actually from another source. Before I calm down, I might spit at the guy who talked nonsense with me, or beat him up, and then be beaten up again." Young Master Shen smiled and nodded to show that he understood. Then his expression became slightly serious. "Then what should we do with this world? Just leave it here. There's no other way. Well, wait a minute. Let's see what Foam decides. I actually want to take it away, but it might take some effort." Hui held the back of his head with both hands. After all, this world was accidentally created by that demon because his own energy kept leaking out. It's a world that can still be considered orderly. It's amazing, isn't it? A guy who stands at the top of the non-orderly level unconsciously created a world that is close to order. It is indeed amazing. Young Master Shin nodded. The two stood there and watched for a while. Suddenly, young Master Shin scratched his head. "By the way, what should we do later? The time in the graveyard of gods and demons is much faster than the outside world. Someone will come in later and find out about this world." Hui was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he slapped his head. "Oh, F***CK. So, there's still one more thing. Phone, come here. We need to talk about cleaning the ***. Yun Nuoshing, who was talking to Yao Guang and the others, turned her head and smiled at them. Then she walked to Hui and the others. After listening to them talk about things clearly, she showed a thoughtful look and nodded. "This world, I have an idea. I just came up with it 10 seconds ago," Yin Nuoshing said while snapping her fingers. "I've observed this world for a while. It's still a world of order. If that's the case, we can move out and not stay here. Then we can leave another space here. UNG, now save your energy and prepare to create a space. We'll go in and decorate it later." Jing Yuanji tilted her head and said, "Oh." Then she began to save her energy. Yun Nuoshing continued, "Do the people in your world have a very specific and accurate view of the graveyard of gods and demons? Or do they have any direct records?" Young Master Shin thought for a moment and shook his head. "There are only very vague records. It's difficult to restore anything based on those things. So, it's safe to say that everyone's impression of the graveyard of gods and demons is very vague. After all, not many of our race's elites are stationed in this banished world. Even if they appear, they will only stay for a short time. Or like this time, when the graveyard of gods and demons appears, they will send people here together with the internal enforcers to repair the seal." Yin Nuoshing said, "It's just a prison. Those internal enforcers are just jailers. Hearing this, young Master Shin nodded. It was indeed so. Then let's do it this way. Decorate this world. Throw in all those big scenes and big explosions. Let the disasters of this space, from the moment of the creation of the world to the moment of the extinction of all things, play out according to the rhythm of a battle song. Set up the rules randomly. One moment it's normal, the next it's abnormal. Mix in the energy of that demonic shadow so that they can't distinguish the real from the fake. Make it so that they doubt their lives from the moment they come in. Hui and the others. Jing Yuanji's hands trembled. With a sad face, she said, "That Masterphone, I can't do something so sophisticated. You just have to create a chaotic space of rules. Leave the rest to me." Yun Nuoshing patted her on the shoulder. Suddenly, a devilish smile appeared on his face. "I still have a lot of things that I want to try." Hee. That demonic expression, coupled with the low pressure he exuded, caused everyone to tremble uncontrollably. This fellow was simply, why did he look like a peerless scenery in the mortal world when he was normal? Once he was abnormal. TSK, he didn't look like a human at all. Chapter 1448. There weren't too many restrictions on the return journey. Mr. Ghost and the others expressed that they were fine, and Yun Nuoshing lifted them up with ease. Everyone took a deep breath, and in the next moment, the entire world turned into a blurry line. Their facial muscles, hair, and clothes were all flung behind them. The journey that took more than half a month was shortened to only about 10 minutes. When they landed outside the nearest city, everyone immediately collapsed on the ground and retched. They couldn't wait to throw up their stomachs and lungs. Yun Nuoshing saw everyone's uncomfortable expression and suddenly remembered that this group of people only had the physique of ordinary people. Sigh. I forgot to activate the barriers set by the rules. Hui pouted and said, "What do you mean you forgot? You're just trying to torture them." Yun Nuoshing pretended not to hear anything and walked to the side. She pulled Yao Guang and said, "Stop vomiting. Come with me. I have something for you to do." Ugh. Yao Guang was still fighting with his stomach for control of his body. Now that he was pulled back, he was stunned. "It's something related to your world. There are some things I need you to know, and I need your help with." Yao Guang nodded in confusion. He still chose to listen to what he understood, and stood up shakily. He wiped the corner of his mouth and asked, "But why me? More interaction, more eye candy. That's all." Yin Nuoshing snapped her fingers and said, Yao Guang's feet slipped, and he almost sat down again. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. This reason was really practical. "We've returned to the order zone. You guys can go on your own from now on. We still have some follow-up matters to deal with. Lend me your team leader." Yin Nuoshing turned around and said to everyone. Her last sentence was directed at the golden-haired young man. After she finished speaking, she pulled him and flew into the sky without waiting for anyone to react, disappearing from sight. The golden-haired young man wanted to say something, but he couldn't help but blush. Borrow him? How to use him? Yun Nuoshing and the others followed the concept layer of this world and found the edge of it. Then they leaped out of the concept layer of this world and entered the void of this level. Turning around, they saw a transparent light sphere that was thousands of meters in size behind them. The light sphere contained an entire world. The graveyard of gods and demons was an existence similar to a small world. If one were to search the void, they would only be able to find the world light of the outside world. For a small world that existed out of thin air and did not exist within a certain object, one would have to leave its boundary through the concept layer of laws to find it. Of course, it was also possible to find it in the concept layer of laws of the outside world, but it would be very troublesome. Finding a unique sea region in the ocean was much more difficult than coming out of that sea region to find it. Anyway, that's the gist of it. There's a lot more to it. Blah, blah, blah. As soon as Yun Nuoxing opened her mouth, she dealt a serious blow to the spirit of the 100,000 girls. Looking at the dispirited look in the girl's eyes, her spirit trembling, and her soul shivering, Hui and the others knew that this girl's worldview had been shattered, and there was no way to fix it. Cough, cough. In short, seeing Yao Guang's dizzy appearance, Yun Nuoxing coughed awkwardly. With a slap, she had shattered the worldview that Yao Guang relied on for survival into the yellow sands of time. The fact that this girl could still say, oh, why, was already a manifestation of her strong spirit. If it were someone else, they would have pressed their head against the wall and smashed it. In short, it's not good to leave this world, which is your world, here. We are preparing to pack up and move you. Yao Guang nodded with two bloodshot eyes. After moving, we will arrange a good place for you that will not be affected by the outside world. But, in summary, we don't have the time nor the position to intervene in the affairs of your world. However, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be other situations that I don't know about when you suddenly move to a new place. So, I need a helper to look after this world. So, this task is entrusted to you. Yun Nuoxing patted Yao Guang's head and nodded. What did you just say? Yao Guang, who was in a daze, was sent flying by his own slap. His beautiful eyes widened as he stared at Yun Nuoxing in disbelief. Yun Nuoxing danced with joy. In other words, from the beginning of the world, blah, blah, blah. Stop. I understand all that. Pick what you understand. Yao Guang's face was covered in sweat as he stopped Yun Nuoxing's lecture. He hurriedly wiped the sweat off his face. In other words, you want me to manage this world? Supervise, observe, and see if there are any abnormalities. This is your world. You have to do your best to manage it. Yun Nuoxing nodded and patted him on the shoulder. Well, don't worry. It's not difficult. If there are any big problems, I have left a seed in your soul. If you encounter something that you can't solve, tell us. Yao Guang followed his instructions and circled around his soul. When she saw his soul seed, the two tried to touch it. After confirming that there was no problem, she heaved a sigh of relief. Then she asked carefully, "There won't really be any problems, right?" Yun Nuoxing shook his head. "I can't say for sure. Your world is very special. It needs to be adjusted to the rules that are suitable for the survival of this primordial realm. In the future, there will be many huge changes in your world. The world will change dramatically, the energy will change dramatically, and many more. The world map that you rely on for survival may be overturned. Also, whether you can see the boundary of this world or not, it will also expand rapidly. The changes in the world are inevitable. What you have to be careful of are the incidental things. Things like jumping off buildings, committing suicide, spreading rumors, stirring up trouble, reactionary, anti-human. These things are necessary experiences for you to adapt to the changes in the world in the future. Therefore, we will not intervene. Unless the scale of the matter is really big, to the point where it can't be resolved. Only then will I come out to help you. Otherwise, it will be up to you to overcome the difficulties yourself," Yun Nuoxing said. "Why does it sound like it's not a good thing? Will so many serious things really happen?" Yao Guang muttered suspiciously, but she still remembered these words in her heart. Yun Nuoxing glanced at her. "After all, this world is too special. From its order, creator, and the rules that it follows now, there are many abnormalities. However, these abnormalities are usually not problems. This time, we suddenly have to carry out a big move. It's hard to guarantee that there won't be any big problems. That's why we asked you, a native, to help take care of it. Okay. Yao Guang nodded. Suddenly she asked, "What's the outside world like?" "It's a little stronger than your world, a little bigger, and the life forms there are also a little stronger than yours. Everyone has their own jobs, their own lives, and their own troubles or disasters that they have to face. Those are all part of every world." Although it was as good as not saying anything, this was the best explanation that he could think of for someone who did not have any concept of the outside world. It was more intuitive. Oh, Mei Mao's eyes flickered as if she was imagining something. "I thought that only our world would have such a demonic wave. The other worlds are very peaceful. The void is never peaceful forever. Even if it is very peaceful right now, no one knows what will happen in the next second. As for the situation of your world, I have actually seen many worlds that are similar to yours. Although they are not facing the Mana Tide, their worlds are occupied by monsters that are millions of times more powerful than the monsters you face. Every few thousand years, there would be an outbreak of chaos. When that happens, those monsters would flatten everything on the land. The lives of those worlds have stopped this disaster time and time again, and have been holding on tenaciously for tens of millions of years." He was talking about the Spirit Condensation Continent. So far, the Spirit Condensation Continent was the most heroic world he had ever seen. Although the other worlds in the void had their own difficulties and disasters, he had never seen a world that had a disaster on the level of the Spirit Condensation Continent. It was a disaster that could make a group of Empyrean gods kill each other. After all, it was a world created by the control of a distorted race. It was different from the other origin worlds. Yao Guang. Although it sounds scary, I still want to go and take a look. With your small body, I am afraid you will be killed instantly if you go there. Yun Nuoxing laughed and patted Yao Guang's head. When she saw her pouting, she patted her again. That world became like that due to certain reasons. But now that those problems have been solved, you will not see the monsters that filled the world. Oh, Yao Guang blinked and smiled. That's good. No one likes to live under the surveillance of disasters every day, being driven forward by disasters until you are forced to the end, right? Yun Nuoxing nodded. You won't have the chance to see those worlds, but if you want to come to our world to take a look, well, wait for the time when you have adapted to the great changes in the world. After a period of time, you might be able to come to our world to take a look. How long is a while? A few decades, a few million years, or even tens of millions of years. Seeing Yao Guang's shocked expression, Yun Nuoxing smiled, helplessly. You are too weak. You can't adapt to the rules of survival in our world, so I will not take the initiative to guide you to our world. You will have to wait until you can go to that vast and boundless world. At that time, if you want to go and see and play, I will bring you there when you are free. Yao Guang shrunk his neck and couldn't help but mutter, "Can you stop patting my head? I am not a child anymore. Cough, cough. It's convenient. Also, with your real age of around 20 years old, you are just a small child to me. TSK, forget it. Let's not talk about this." Yun Nuoxing's face turned green as she spoke. She couldn't help but sigh and shake her head. Yao Guang was slightly stunned. When he heard the sigh, he couldn't help but turn around. In the end, he saw Hui and the other two shaking their heads and sighing. The atmosphere suddenly felt like it had gone through the vicissitudes of life. After explaining a lot of precautions, Yun Nuoxing and Jing Yuanji began to replace the world in front of them. The original graveyard of gods and devils became a fist-sized ball that he grabbed. Jing Yuanji took advantage of the fact that this space had not closed and stuffed it into another space that was filled with endless chaotic laws. This is our world. Why did it shrink to such a small size? Yao Guang bent down and leaned closer to the ball to look inside. Countless colors of curiosity flickered in his eyes. This is very complicated to explain. If you feel that your worldview has been restored, I can still break it for you. Cough, cough, then I will have to split the world. Stop, stop, stop. Let me recover after some time. Yao Guang immediately jumped back, as if he had been electrocuted. His face was full of lingering fear. When he saw that Yun Nuoxing was joking and did not intend to continue talking, he showed an expression of surviving a disaster. On the other hand, Jing Yuanji, Hui, and young Master Shen had already followed Yun Nuo's instructions to cause trouble in that space and set up traps. They did not forget to throw in a fake northern temple. The latter's fingers itched to go over and through in the elements of nirvana, creating a terrifying area that was countless times more dangerous than hell. Holding the ball that represented his world tightly in his hand, he saw Yun Nuoxing and the others with dark faces and low laughter, like a group of demons preparing some malicious gifts for mortals. Just looking at them made him feel weak in the knees. After teaching Yao Guang to establish a connection with the world of the graveyard of gods and devils, Yun Nuoxing sent the little girl back to the world. After walking around for a while, she felt that there was nothing wrong and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Yao Guang grabbed Yun Nuoxing. You haven't told me your name yet. Oh yes. Yun Nuoxing suddenly realized that he had not mentioned anything about himself along the way. After all, it did not seem to be important in this world. Feng Ling, what's wrong? Yao Guang shook his head. Nothing. You have something else to do. Then I won't keep you. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head, patted the little girl's head, and turned to leave. He did have something to do at the moment. As for other things, there would be plenty of time to talk about it in the future. Watching Yun Nuoxing leave, Yao Guang pressed his hair and suddenly laughed softly. Feng Ling, the outside world. She raised her head and let out a long breath. There might be a great change in the world after a while. It seemed that she needed to prepare in advance. After putting the world of the graveyard of gods and demons into his pocket, he changed the problem of the time interval between the two worlds. After making all the adjustments, Yun Nuoxing put down the main body of the world and slipped away through a teleportation circle left in the void. In this dark and empty world, there was only a space filled with chaotic and violent energy left. In the wilderness, quite a distance away from the moon lake, as soon as Yun Nuoxing's figure appeared, Hui and Jing Yuanji came out from the side. They looked at each other, signaled each other with their eyes, and went into the distance. Hundreds of miles away from the moon lake, Yun Nuoxing and Hui went into a hidden space. Young Master Shen and the woman in green were tidying up a newly built pavilion. When they saw them come in, they greeted them. Oh, you're done. I thought you'd take longer. Just sent the girl back and walked around twice. It didn't take much effort. Yun Nuoxing saw that there were no tables and chairs in the pavilion. There was only an empty space. After thinking for a while, she took out a chair from the pendant and sat down. Hui and Jing Yuanji did the same. Young Master Shen also took out a table and chair. The woman in green quickly made tea and put it on the table. Ah, we have to talk again. I feel tired when I just came out of that world. How about we talk another day? Hui suddenly stretched lazily and sighed. Yun Nuoxing, do you want to rest for a while? I'm just saying, asterisk cough cough asterisk. If you have something to say, just say it. Right now, this world's attention is completely attracted by another matter. It's time to do something. Huey's face instantly turned serious as he drank a cup of tea, and said seriously, "Then start from the beginning." Young Master Shin smiled and nodded. He took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. After a moment of silence, he slowly opened his mouth. The earliest records of our race have become very vague. Only a few words about the calamity back then have been passed down. At the time, our race was just an ordinary world that lived peacefully in a corner. That demonic shadow descended from the void and was heavily injured. Its crumbling energy and presence turned into a black rain that poured over our world. Everyone went mad, turned into lunatics by that power that was near the peak of order. We don't know the process in between, nor do we know what exactly happened. We only know that a very small number of people survived that distortion of the laws, and survived with great difficulty. And that was already after the void turbulence. Our race had managed to survive the turbulence of the void and left behind a few seeds. Over the course of several eras, following the generation after generation, the influence of the dark shadow on us had gradually weakened. There was a huge gap between the first generation of distorted individuals and the current us that was hard to cross in terms of order. They had evolved over a long period of time, becoming distorted individuals that had been completely corrupted by the dark shadow's energy. Meanwhile, our order, nature, had gradually become more normal. Even so, there was still a difference between us and the life forms of order. Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment and said, "It's a little different from what I thought, but it's almost the same. Your creator should have existed in the previous era, which was 11 eras ago. I don't know what it is. It probably crossed the distance and distorted your original normal race through energy or rules. Logically speaking, this distortion should have become more and more intense until you completely fall into a non-order level. I don't know why this process was forcefully stopped and even showed part of the order after 11 eras. We don't know about this either." Young Master Shin shook his head in confusion. His finger was drawing circles on the table unconsciously. One of the cores of this world is the graveyard of gods and demons. Many years ago, because of the graveyard of gods and demons, this world was banished from the core of our race. That demonic shadow was the creator of our race. A few eras ago, we suddenly discovered that its influence on our race was getting stronger and stronger. This was something that no one had expected. Very soon, under the influence of the demonic shadow, a completely transformed, crazy individual was born among us. Just like the first few seeds that had turned into crazy individuals, it was only then that we realized the seriousness of the problem and banished this world as a whole. Wait a minute. Isn't this a little strange? That demonic shadow fell into your world and was then imprisoned by your race? Yun Nuoshing said and shook her head. "That's not right. You shouldn't have this kind of power back then." Young Master Shin nodded. "When the disaster broke out back then, our race could only run for their lives. That world had also been torn into pieces by its power. The only thing we can be sure of is that we absolutely couldn't do anything to it back then. The energy that gushed out from its wound affected our entire race. Then the demonic shadow that exists here, as it said, is just a shadow. Its real body is in another place. Then how did it find us?" Yun Nuoshing frowned. "Could it be because of its aura?" That young Master Shin paused for a moment. After hesitating for a while, he slowly said, "The demonic shadow in the graveyard of gods and demons was born from the hearts of our people a few eras ago. It's a very strange scene. That night, it suddenly appeared in our main world. Well, that's what it said, but I don't know the specific process. I only heard that it was born from the heart. When that demonic shadow was born, it didn't have any power. Then someone said that since it was born from the heart, there shouldn't be any problems. So they casually found a hole and sealed it. Who knew that it would have such a strange change because of its appearance. Moreover, the people who lived on that planet at that time had an irreversible change. Even that world had become strange, so they had no choice but to exile that world. We was stunned. So the place we are now is actually your original main world? Young Master Shin nodded. Jing Yuanji was a little puzzled. Why did you exile and seal it? I didn't hear any special purpose from what you said just now, but judging from what your people are doing now, I don't think it's that simple. In the beginning, we still hoped that we could return to order. Even now, there are still many people who want to return to order. Because of this, there are many ways to deal with it, hoping to end this 1,000-year nightmare and eternal curse. That's why, when the demon shadow appeared and affected the lives of an entire world and kicked us far away from our path of return, some people couldn't hold on any longer. Yun Nuoshing continued young Master Shun's words. Are they willing to go to the absolute non-order side and give up? Young Master Shun nodded. The great executor of my people is like that. Then what does this have to do with the divine realm? This. I don't know. I don't know what the great executor and the others are thinking and doing. After all, I was exiled a long time ago. I have been wandering between many worlds, running away. Young Master Shin smiled bitterly and shook his head. Huey's interest was piqued. Exiled because of opposing views? You're closer to the order side. Young Master Shin nodded. That's why I was thrown out. After all, I'm still a very big threat to the non-order side. After all, I'm still a former young master. Puffed. Yun Nuoshing and the others spat out the tea in their mouths. The guy who had been hanging out with them for a month was actually the former young master of the distorted clan, and just now he was plotting with them how to deal with their own people. Good Lord, this sounded too exciting. It was as if they were destroying their own clan. Chapter 1449. Most of the remaining 20 to 30% of the living beings were swept into another disaster that was even more terrifying. Most of them did not make it through. In the end, the remaining people forced themselves to escape from the world they originally lived in. They drifted in the void until countless years later, when they once again found a peaceful place where the fire seed could continue. However, the people who had allowed the fire seed to continue had now become another kind of life form that was neither human nor ghost. They were not accepted by order. They had reached a different point in the non-order and could no longer turn back. Yun Nuoshing had figured out the origin story of the twisted race and understood the current situation. He did not feel sorry for them. They were the enemy in the first place. Knowing a little about the enemy's past was just to supplement some information. He did not sympathize with them. Such things had happened too often in the void. It could be said that under the same void, from the beginning of the misty period to the later period when they began to explore the void, their lives had always been suspended in midair. Life and death were up to fate. Encountering natural and man-made disasters on the great stage of the void, it was a skill to survive. If not, they could only sigh about fate. Not convinced. If not, then break the barrier of fate and enter the struggle of fate on another level until they finally snatched their own fate back from the suspended void. After all, fate itself was very fair when it was not changed by something on a higher level. It did not care about anything after that except for the dice that was thrown in the beginning. That's the gist of the story. Young Master Shin took a sip of tea and sighed. There must be a lot of things that happened in between. Most of them were not recorded. The carriers that still have records can hardly convey them. Living in exile in the void, dragging out an ignoble existence, lingering at death's door. In the end, they crossed over to an unknown place to find shelter. It was too long. Even if he sat here with a pot of reincarnation in his mouth, He might not be able to finish recounting the stories of the 10 to 20% of the population of the various races who had fled and wandered in the void, even if he sat here with a pot of reincarnation and repeated it over and over again. He might not be able to finish recounting everything in a year. As for how they became the villains of the whole race, oh no, according to young Master Shun, it should be 5% of the people who became villains. The latter one, 5%, included some innocent onlookers and some little kids who had not yet grown up. In short, they were the ones who did not have much influence and did not have much combat power. After that, Yun Nuoxing pondered for a while. It seemed to be no different from the villains of the whole race. Then, to put it simply, what's your situation? What's the matter with being exiled? Yun Nuoxing clapped his hands and asked young Master Shen. Young Master Shen took a sip of tea and raised his head to look at him. It seemed that he had expected this and had prepared his words. I was exiled from this race 2 eras ago. As for the reason, I've just told you. His fingers slowly drew circles on the table. His eyes were filled with grief and resentment that could not be erased even after 2 eras. In the middle, I skimmed through some unimportant things that you probably don't want to know. In a word, my family was executed. I ran away like a stray dog. You're the young master. Then, is your father the patriarch or some kind of high-ranking person? Yun Nuoxing was not surprised by the answer. Because your family was closer to the order, but the others did not think so. You were isolated and helpless, so you were excluded? My father was the great executor of the previous generation, the patriarch you mentioned. Young Master Shin nodded to confirm. The situation is, as you said. As for the current great executor, he is the one who planned to deal with my father. His name is Chong Kong. Young Master Shen was stunned for a moment. He looked at young Master Shen with slight astonishment. However, when he thought about the fact that young Master Shen was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of order, he did not feel too surprised. I have never thought that something like this would happen. The last time my memory was still fresh was when I was at home. In the blink of an eye, I was betrayed by my family and friends, and the world was shattered. In order to survive, I kept on running until I reached the edge of the territory of my race. This is it. I have been hiding here for a long time, but staying here will not help me in any way. I have also gone out and wandered for a very long time, until I came back here again. Revenge. Young Master Shun could not help but smile bitterly when he heard these 2 words. He knew that mentioning these 2 words was like hitting a rock with an egg. He was overestimating himself. I can't do it alone, so I found the rest. The last remaining group of people are on my side at the moment. However, they only live at the border of our clan. There is no way for them to infiltrate the core of our clan. For us, there is only twisted madness and a sorrowful wish left behind. Almost the entire clan has fallen into madness for that goal. What? They want to climb to the top of the non-order? Yun Nuoxing took a sip of tea. Young Master Shen shook his head. For our descendants, order and non-order have been neutralized to this extent. It is quite difficult to continue to go further in the non-order level, and they don't want to return to order, so they plan to replace the order themselves. Puffed, Yun Nuoxing, and the other 2 spat out a mouthful of tea in unison. Replace the order? Hui mumbled, then lowered his head and held his stomach. He could not help but laugh out loud. Guy Li Hui slapped Hui to indicate that there were still people here. Yun Nuoxing shook her head helplessly. This idea was very clear and abnormal, naive. It was fine that they stood at the non-order level, but they still wanted to replace the Order of the Void. It was normal for the heavenly god of origin to say this. If it were them, then forget it. Bigotry, hard to understand. Young Master Shen smiled silently. He guessed that they would have such a reaction. In the beginning, when we were still walking back the path, there were actually no problems with our clan. It was until that demonic shadow appeared that everything changed. Changkong and the others seemed to have gone crazy. They thought that order had destroyed them, and the path of chaos was the only true truth in this world. Unfortunately, there were many people who were in the same situation as him. So when our family and 2 other senior law enforcers still wanted to return to order, they thought that we were attacked by the life form of order, and our souls were replaced. And we were. Anyway, it was all nonsense. You know what happened next? Then, you plan to take revenge? Yin Nuoxing asked. At that time, I was only thinking about how to run and how to survive. Revenge was a thought that only came to me in recent years. Because I couldn't come into contact with them, I couldn't make any preparations. So now it's just a thought. I don't know what to do or what to do. Young Master Shin let out a long sigh and shook his head. After thinking about it, I could only come up with a plan by fighting my way in. But Yun Nuoxing and the others fell silent. It was like asking a little guy who had just reached the origin realm to brave the gods' realm alone. The first enemy he encountered was a high-level heavenly god of origin, and he chose to run away instead of fighting. Before he could steady himself, he turned around and saw 2 peak heavenly gods of origin who had come out for a stroll. He was so scared that he pissed his pants. Before he could run too far, he ran into the observer, who was basking in the sun above the clouds. In the end, he was destroyed by the divine Tao because he woke the observer up. That was not a joke. In fact, although young Master Shin was not really alone, he could not do anything with this old, weak, sick, and disabled group of people. Yun Nuoxing sighed and patted young Master Shin on the shoulder. It's too hard for you. Young Master Shin laughed dryly and scratched his head. Actually, when I recognized you guys, I thought that I had finally reached the most dangerous moment of my life. Hui tilted his head. Why? I still have a certain level of intelligence. Weren't you guys fighting with them? You guys were even looking for traces of my people in the void. I thought that one day, when I saw the scene of destruction, it would be the scene of you guys coming to my door with a fury that could burn the void. But in the end... young Master Shin laughed dryly. In the end, I saw the 3 of us appear in front of you. We chuckled. But it is indeed the most important expedition I have ever seen. The 2 divine professions of the gods are going on an expedition in person. No other world in the void can receive such treatment. Yin Nuoxing thought for a moment. The main thing is that I find it troublesome. And right now, there is another more important thing to deal with. These **TTY things in the world of order still need to be dealt with as soon as possible. Young Master Shin understood. Then, please let me help you guys. I want revenge. You want to destroy my people. At least for now, it seems that we have the same goal. Wait until our goal is achieved. Then you can deal with us. Deal with what? We looked at him with a strange gaze. That is, execution or something. Young Master Shin said in a low voice. He felt that it was a little strange for him to say these words. I have already mentally prepared myself, but at least I hope that this will be left for last. Why do you want to execute? Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at young Master Shin. Young Master Shin was stunned by what she said. The rest of you chose the order. You chose to be close to the order. Besides, if those things were not done by you guys and had nothing to do with you guys, why do you want to execute you? Looking at young Master Shin's dazed expression, Hui added, we did come here for the war, to get rid of the unstable elements in the world of order. But I'm referring to those guys who caused trouble, There are one or two such unstable elements in the realm of the gods occasionally, but I don't see us completely annihilating the entire realm of the gods. Enemies are enemies, but as long as there is no direct, unavoidable conflict or reason between you and me, there is no need to eliminate them. Do you think it is easy to kill so many people? Young Master Shin was a little confused by the two people's words. He understood what they were saying, and it was the best news for him. He stood up and solemnly cupped his hands to the two people. In that case, I thank you on behalf of them first. Let's talk about it when it is over. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand. Everything has not started yet. It is too early to thank us. Young Master Shin slowly sat down. Suddenly, he scratched his head and laughed dryly. Actually, I wanted to go to the world of the gods to look for you guys. But I did not go because I did not have the right to. Now you have. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. Let's talk about things here. Oh, there is nothing to talk about here. How much do you know about this world? Like that bunch of exiles or something? In the soul, Qingyu suddenly sat up straight and could not help but chuckle. After waiting for so many days, finally they were going to talk about what they were going to do. The exiles are related to the planet under our feet. As for how much? Young Master Shin frowned and shook his head helplessly. Sorry, there are too many secrets involved here. I can't infiltrate. I don't know what they are doing, but it should be something very important. Otherwise, there would not be so many people staying here. It has been 5 days since we came back from the graveyard of gods and demons. So there is still half a month left. Be more specific. What is going on with the exiles? Young Master Shin pondered for a moment as if he was seriously thinking about something. After a while, he said, "The life in the exiles is the original life of this world. The kindling of my race found this suitable world. This newly born world has many natives who are relatively weak. After meeting the kindling of the first kindling, something must have happened. Maybe it went through a war or something else, and it took over the position of the natives of this world. Then it ruled them all and divided them into different parts of the universe. Among the current life of my race, there are many who share the same bloodline as the natives of this world. But after this world was sealed and thrown out, they were thrown in together. The natives who are still alive today were driven into the exiles. Because the life force of my race is closely related to the demonic shadow, it is easy to leak when using our power to suppress the seal. So they used their life force as the key to maintain the seal on this planet. One of the seals is the graveyard of gods and demons. The other seal is the one I told you about that I did not know. The life of this world is made up of 3 parts. 2 of them are mentioned above, and the other one is from the experimental worlds below. Yun Nuoshing finished his sentence. Young Master Shin glanced at him and smiled bitterly. You know it. You should have come from there, right? Those experiments. Sigh, I'm not used to saying this. Those people were found from various worlds in the void. Some of them were found scattered and thrown into those experimental fields. Some of them simply moved the entire world here and underwent a powerful brainwashing and modification. As for the purpose, I think you should be able to see it. Yun Nuoshing scratched his cheek. You should just say it. We have been guessing and touching here and there. We still don't know if what we know is correct. Young Master Shin thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. Then he said, in the beginning, this experiment has been around since 2 eras ago. But it was not like this at that time. When my father was in power, we were looking for some celestial beings in the void whose signs of life had been completely extinguished, but whose bodies were left behind. Most of them were celestial beings who died in battle, and their bodies were left behind accidentally. We used those bodies to supplement our own laws and energy, trying to find a way to balance it and let us return to order. Then, when Chongkong took over, the experiment changed. He did not hesitate to plunder life in the void, but his purpose was the opposite. They wanted to study how to make our race's stable order continue to fall to the side of non-order. This is compatible with their other purpose of wanting to replace order. Yun, Nuoxing, and Hui looked at each other. The former shrugged. You see, I really did not think of this. Young Master Shen was also stunned. Then what did you think it was before? It's also an answer related to order. But I thought that they wanted to use those lives to deduce something, and use those lives for something, to create a kind of distorted life form with order attributes, and use it to do something to order. As Yun Nuoxing spoke, he suddenly thought of something. However, some of these lives must have been consumed, right? Consumed? Consumed what? Young Master Shen was stunned. Yun Nuoxing thought for a while, and told him about the discovery of the pantheon in this world and the conjecture about it. After listening to it, young Master Shen's face became very serious. If that's the case, no, what you said might be the truth. They are getting crazier and crazier. Feng Ling, we can't use your items. Oh. Yun Nuoxing curiously took out a scroll from the pendant and put it on the table. What if we use it? The rejection of order. If we use it, it will. Hiss. As young Master Shen spoke, he picked up the scroll on the table. As soon as he injected his own energy into it, a violent reaction of resistance came from the scroll. A burst of energy just burst out, making him lose control of the scroll. Young Master Shen shook his hand. See, this is it. Yun Nuoxing took the scroll back and looked at it. It is indeed a very strong rejection. It seems to be the rejection of the rules and order of the pantheon to you, similar to the innate rejection. Young Master Shen nodded. But those new life forms that are born now are not affected. Lend it to me. Yun Nuoxing handed the scroll to young Master Shen. Young Master Shen passed it to the woman in green beside him. Xiao Miao, give it a try. The woman in green pursed her lips and nodded. She took the scroll and carefully injected her energy into it. This time, energy lines appeared on the scroll. The energy began to move according to the lines. However, the amount of energy was too little. It could not even open the scroll, let alone use it. Although the thing engraved in the scroll required much less energy than directly releasing its original body, it was still a huge amount for them. Yun Nuoxing looked at the woman in green and said, "Oh, I didn't recognize her. I thought she was one of your people." After carefully handing the scroll to Yun Nuoxing, the woman in green retreated to young Master Shen's side. She lowered her head and looked at her hands, blinking her eyes. She did not understand what was so special about a weak person like her compared to her young master. Checking the energy traces in the scroll, Yun Nuoxing muttered, it can indeed be used normally. After all, they are true life forms of order. Although they possess energy that is not of order, you guys are life forms that are close to the edge of this level. Even your energy and soul are not of order. According to the rules of the realm of the gods, you guys are considered as non-life forms of order. That's why you can't use it. However, if you want to use the things that we left behind, it would cost an astronomical amount of energy. To them, if they can do such a thing, it won't affect them even if they do something worse. Young Master Shen let out an inexplicable laugh and took a sip of tea. After learning this information, he was even more determined. He would never admit that he was in cahoots with those lunatics. They continued to talk about this for a while. After exchanging information, Yun Nuoxing stretched her body. Suddenly, a soft voice rang in her mind. Feng Lingjun, ask about the coordinates. Hearing Qing Yu's voice, Yun Nuoxing suddenly remembered that there was such a thing. She sat up straight and said, "By the way, I got a set of coordinates in this world. You have been here for a longer time. Take a look at where the coordinates are." Just as young Master Shen responded, he received the coordinates that Yun Nuoxing threw in his mind. He was stunned when he glanced at it. This is the location related to the second seal. Where did you get the coordinates? Chapter 1450. The name of the second sealing point had been repeatedly mentioned and criticized, but until now, Yun Nuoxing still could not figure out what was sealed in this so-called second sealing point. This world was the original main world of the distorted race. It was probably something that was sealed in the first star back then, and then it was exiled to the border because it sealed another demon. So what is it? Yun Nuoxing asked curiously, twirling a strand of her hair with her fingers. She felt that this so-called second sealing point should be a key item, which could be seen from the fact that they used many lives in this world to form a place of exile and then used it to suppress the seal. Young Master Shen shook his head. "I really don't know, but we can go and take a look. They should be very busy with the graveyard of gods and demons now. Although the rear defense is not completely empty, there will be many loopholes, so, well, just fight your way in." He kept nodding with his arms crossed. "Then we'll start fighting directly. We didn't bring a large force here, so it's troublesome." Yun Nuoxing knocked on his shoulder and said helplessly, then turned to look at young Master Shen. "Then let's go and take a look first. It's useless to sit here and talk too much. Let's go to the scene and see what's going on before we make a decision, just in case." Seeing that he did not continue for a long time, young Master Shen, who had just stood up, could not help but ask, "What do you mean?" "Well, I only have a small number of people here, which is enough to deal with Chong Kong and the others if his strength does not change during this period. So, just in case we start fighting directly, we'll tear them down all the way to their house and don't hold back. If there's anyone behind you who can be a force, I suggest you ask them to be prepared." Young Master Shen was stunned. He did not expect that they would directly attack if there was a problem, but in this case, it was not a bad thing to act quickly. "Okay, I'll go and inform them. By the way, when do you plan to go to the location of the coordinates?" "I just came out of the graveyard of gods and devils. I also need to inform others. Tomorrow, I still have half the day. I'll go make preparations and do something bad," Yun Nuoxing said. He looked at the graveyard of gods and devils through the window of this temporarily built pavilion. There were still residual energy waves bursting into light and shining in the sky. That was the energy of the demon shadow they left behind. It was mainly used to attract the distorted clan in this world and open the hole they had prepared for them to jump into. By the way, has someone already started jumping down from the graveyard of gods and demons? Yun Nuoxing asked young Master Shen, who was about to turn and leave, as she pulled him back. Young Master Shen shook his head. The previous batch of heavenly gods of origin had fallen. The guys at the front had died in battle, and no news had been sent back. The people waiting in this world would think that something had happened to them, so they would delay the time to go down a little. They would only go down after they are fully prepared. Although there are no longer any heavenly gods at the front, this matter still needs to be dealt with. 5 days have passed, and it's probably the time limit for them to prepare. They will jump down no later than tonight. So, if you said that we should go to the coordinates immediately, I would have to persuade you." "Oh," Yun Nuoxing responded and nodded indifferently. "It just so happens that I need to rest for a while. We'll go tomorrow." Right now, there were still important things going on in this world, and no one had the time to pay attention to what a few people in the corner were doing. Yes, they were busy jumping into wells, and they were literally jumping into wells. No one would have thought that the graveyard of gods and demons had been changed into such a dangerous place of death. It was basically a huge hole, and one would die if one went in. It was a huge hole that Yun Nuoshing and the others had prepared to deal with enemies at the peak of the origin stage. Even if Chong Kong stepped into that place, he would lose a layer of skin even if he did not die. After getting Yi Qing and Lady Green to use some tricks to make the storm even more intense, the number of experts from the distorted clan gathered in this world tonight had increased by a lot. Yun Nuoshing's soul, which had melted into the void, sensed the gathering of a large number of mid-tier and high-level heavenly gods of origin. Even some of the experts who were stationed on this planet had appeared. Young Master Shen also brought news that some of the garrison forces stationed at important places had been mobilized. It seems that they are very nervous about the graveyard of gods and demons, Yun Nuoshing said. The demonic shadow born from the heart has a great influence on our clan, and it is an influence that is completely uncontrollable. Even if this kind of result will cause them to go further in the non-orderly world, they are unwilling to accept it. What they need is an outcome that they can control. Young Master Shen had also returned with some news. We can confirm that their scale has increased by about 2 times. Some of the people who were stationed at important places have been mobilized. Compared to sending reinforcements from the top, it's faster to gather forces on the ground. Beside them, we kept sighing and interrupting the conversation between the two. Yun Nuoshing and young Master Shen turned their heads together and heard Hui sighing. Feng, I still don't understand how that demonic shadow emerged from their thoughts and mental images. I am also very concerned about this point. Our clan has been investigating for a long time. 2 eras have passed, and there is no result at all. Young Master Shen shook his head and sighed. There are many guesses, but there can only be one truth. So, even if I have many guesses, there is no way to accurately determine which result it is. The only situation that I think is very similar is the resonance of faith. Yun Nuoshing played with a strand of hair on her temples and said slowly, although the word faith is used, it has nothing to do with faith. It is just a phenomenon similar to the phenomenon of thoughts and obsessions of living beings. A God's descent created by the resonance of the thoughts and thoughts of countless common individuals. Hui understood, and rubbed his chin as he pondered. Well, from what you've said, it does feel a bit like that. Although you can't possibly miss the guy who made you what you are today, there's always another way to pass down a thought. Hatred or resentment. When the hatred and resentment of a race are stacked to a certain extent, coupled with such a high level of power that stands at the non-order level, it's hard to guarantee that nothing strange will happen. Born from the heart might be such a thing. Maybe. Young Master Shen sighed. It was useless to think about it now. After seeing the Creator's shadow with his own eyes, he did not think about it anymore. The latter gave him too much of a deterrent. Even the 2 people who stood at the top of the order at the moment could not do any harm to it. It made him feel a little scared. If possible, he hoped that he would not come into contact with it. Just in case, I've contacted everyone. Those who can join the battle will stay behind, and those who are preparing to flee will be making preparations. Once chaos breaks out, everyone will be able to react at the first moment. 15% of the life force. It won't cause too much of a stir, right? It won't be good to attract too much attention. Hui frowned. Young Master Shen smiled and said, Don't worry. They have been living with the other people and are quite scattered. Even if there is a problem in the eyes of others in each world, it is just a moving operation. Yun Nuoshing nodded. It seemed that young Master Shen and the others had indeed prepared a plan for this scene. One was to wipe out the whole race and turn them into ashes. The other was to arrange for the battle to be carried out. However, when it came to their combat power, how many heavenly gods of the origin realm are there? Young Master Shen laughed dryly. He lowered his head and muttered, well, including Uncle Yi, there are 7 high-level origins, 12 mid-level origins, 40 to 60 low-level origins, and the rest are… Phew, work hard on your own. I was thinking of getting a few coolies to help. Judging by the number, you guys are good enough to take care of your own people. Yun Nuoshing sighed. Young Master Shen scratched his head, awkwardly. Actually, those have been allocated. The ones I mentioned to you just now are the ones who can fight. Oh, then let them be ready. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. But if they really come out, you should let them be the backup in case. Well, if they get too excited on the battlefield and hit you with their faces, you may be injured. Young Master Shen's expression became very subtle. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. He knew that there was an organization that had been killed 2 eras ago at the stage of all members defecting. If that little amount of people and power could still be called an organization, they would not and could not have too much power. In such a situation, the fact that they still had the power to do whatever they wanted in the lower and middle realms was already shocking enough. Then, when he compared the power of Long Sky and the others, he was even more shocked. Their strength was weak, but it did not matter. From the beginning, he did not expect to encounter such a thing. The distorted race was divided into 2 parts. Although one part was like a flame that was about to be extinguished, and there were even a few sparks left, the situation was much better than he thought at first. However, he was a little puzzled. Speaking of which, such a big thing that involves the origin of your race and the situation of this, and that has happened, why didn't the great executor of your race show up? Young Master Shen was not surprised by this puzzlement. The great executor did not need to be present during the 3 eruptions of the Moon Lake because there was no need to use their level of strength. Also, in the past, the outbreak was not to such a degree. I guess the higher-ups did not think it was necessary to make such a big fuss. After thinking for a moment, he said, but after killing some of the middle and high-level members, maybe some sharp forces will appear in this. Young Master Shen was stunned for a moment. Yun Nuoshing and the others also turned their heads in puzzlement. The former paused at the end of the sentence, and the tone of his voice was raised in doubt, which sounded strange. After a while, young Master Shen let out a strange cry. He reached into his clothes and took out a leaf the size of a face. The leaf was engraved with lines similar to divine patterns and magic patterns. He put the leaf on the table, raised his hand, and summoned a flame, and threw it on the leaf. Dark red flame. Is this the ordinary flame of your race? We asked curiously. Yes, because order and energy are not from the plane of order. Even this ordinary thing is a little different from the ordinary things of order. Young Master Shen nodded and explained his action. Before this, Uncle Yi told me that if the matter is solved smoothly and I have plans to continue the operation, I should light this leaf. It will tell me an important message. Jing Yuanji sensed that something was wrong. I think that Uncle Yi has already predicted that we will appear here, and then… Impossible. Uncle Yi is very powerful, but how can he predict your affairs? Young Master Shen smiled and shook his head. Based on the degree of opposition between non-order and order, how could Uncle Yi predict the affairs of the top few people of order? As Yun Nuoshing thought about it, he suddenly thought of Chu Fun and said softly, if the target he's targeting isn't us, but the big picture of something, then it's possible. Bypassing the opposition and blockage of the rules, taking advantage of a loophole. Yes, it is possible. We murmured and nodded. Young Master Shen's face stiffened. It can't be, right? The result is out. The woman in green interrupted their conversation at the right time. Everyone gathered together and saw something floating above the dark red flame. It was a picture, like some kind of image of words and the actions of a small person, but it didn't look like a coherent picture. Yun, Nuashing, Hui, and the other two shook their heads to show that they did not understand. This was a matter of another level and another domain. Young Master Shin stared at it for a while. After the flame burned out and the leaf turned into ashes, he nodded. After a while, he looked back and saw that the others were staring at him. How is it? I understand. This is a special symbol that Uncle Yi created himself. Others can't understand it, but Uncle Yi taught me. I can understand it. Let me organize it. Young Master Shin scratched his head and organized his words. After a while, he said, well, the general meaning is gun against gun, king against king, front and back positions reversed, changes in the dark. Do you guys think of anything? No, not at all. The three shook their heads. Young Master Shin scratched his head in confusion. Uncle Ye's deduction has always been accurate, but we need to guess what it means ourselves. Well, Hui suddenly slammed the table with an excited face, startling the others. When we are going to do something tomorrow, will Zhangkong come to catch us? And then they will face us directly? We are trapped in the enemy camp and fighting hard. What's the result? Yun Nuashing frowned. From the literal meaning, it is quite appropriate, but is it that simple? Anyway, let's arrange everything first. Be careful when we act. The rest can only pray that our luck is not too bad, young Master Shin said. Everyone nodded. Prophecies and deductions were not important. The important thing was that they needed to work harder when they acted, arrange everything well, and pay attention. Then the prophecy would probably be in vain. While Yun Nuashing and the other two were recuperating and informing the other troublemaker teams lurking in this world to get ready tonight, young Master Shin was also using all the means he could to make absolutely sufficient preparations. Although the two teams could only prepare so much because there was really nothing to prepare. We don't need to go with you. Is it really okay? It was not Qing Jun or I Ching who asked this question, but their new member, Xing LV. When he suddenly spoke, Yun Nuashing and we were a little surprised. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to look for them. They even wondered if this kid had eaten the wrong thing in this world. After looking at the two adults in their souls for a minute, Xing LV was defeated. He scratched his head and laughed dryly to divert their attention, and said, by the way, it's just a little bad feeling. Although it may be a little arrogant to say it in front of you. Every time I have this feeling, there will always be a little. It's very, well, troublesome and dangerous. The last time I had this feeling, I was arrested and brought to justice. Yun Nuashing and Hui rolled their eyes at the same time. Yun Nuashing said, okay, don't worry about it. You guys just stay here and wait for orders. It's reasonable to say that there should be nothing in this world that we can't deal with. You guys should be on guard against the movement of the world barrier. If Zhang Kong really rushes over with thousands of troops and wants to fight us head-on, inform us. Okay, Xing LV shrugged and cut off the soul transmission. Hui and Yun Nuashing looked at each other and asked, why did that kid suddenly become so active? Since he's here, let's just take things as they come. Yun Nuashing replied, that kid is a little similar to me. Since he can't resist and can't avoid joining here, then he should just obediently work for others. He's too lazy to go and don't want to think more about this. So, in fact, his freeloading spirit is acting up again. Xianlei could not help but sigh at Xing LV. Xing LV grimaced and looked at the sky, not knowing where to look. Well, let's not care about that. We just have to be on guard. Speaking of which, I've been out for a walk recently, and the bottleneck seems to have loosened a little. This time, after advancing, I should encounter the seal. It's the tokens you got from the two masters that are affecting you, causing cracks to appear in your sturdy bottleneck. It's estimated that in a few years, you'll be able to reach the 9th level of origin. You'll be at the peak of the 1st level, Xianlei said. Xing Elvi took out the 2 tokens hanging around his neck. One was like a scepter, and the other was a round bead. It was dark red inside, like a cluster of nebula. These 2 things are so powerful. Well, since it's a good thing, then let's not think about it. Time continued to pass peacefully for a few hours. Yun Nuoshing and the others had been monitoring the movements of the moon boundary lake. They saw that the people who had gathered finally began to jump down. Seeing the scene of them jumping down, Huey's reaction was even bigger than young Master Shen's. He jumped up and danced and clapped for joy. Yun Nuoshing despised him. At first glance, it was obvious that this kid had never cheated anyone before. He could be so excited about digging a hole for people to jump into. Although his face was also filled with a sinister smile, young Master Shen had been counting the time. Occasionally, 1 or 2 names would pop out from his mouth. When he heard the name Yun Nuoshing, and the others knew that another high-level figure had jumped into the giant pit without hesitation. The wind was blowing, and the water was cold. After this, come on, we should also take action. It was still late at night. Young Master Shen suddenly stood up. Yun Nuoshing glanced at the moon boundary lake. There was still a group of people gathering there. It was estimated that they were the last group. Soon, they would all jump into the well. Young Master Shen nodded and stood up. After confirming that everything was correct and that everything was ready, young Master Shen waved his hand. The woman in green put away the temporarily built pavilion. A group of people jumped out from the hillside and rushed in the opposite direction of the moon boundary lake. After about 10 minutes of careful haste, young Master Shen led Yun Nuoshing and the others to a place. It was a natural cliff about 10,000 feet high. The cliff was inlaid with many rugged rocks. There were many traces of history and the power of time left on it. This was an unusual thing. After being ravaged by the dark energy storm a few days ago, there was no complete scenery on this planet. At this moment, they could see a natural cliff. Oh, wrong. It was not completely natural. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a door frame of an arched door about 1,000 feet high. It was just a door frame made of stones. There was no door. There were torches on both sides of the door frame. However, such a conspicuous door was not guarded by any guards. We could not help but say, "You can come and go as freely as a public toilet." Yun Nuoshing was speechless. Young Master Shen laughed dryly. "There is a very strong energy shield here. Of course, there are no guards. But if someone touches the ear of the shield, the guards inside will be alerted. At this time, it's up to me." As young Master Shen spoke, he walked forward and took out a scarlet scepter. Yun Nuoshing looked at it carefully. It was exactly the same as the scepter in the hand of the internal law enforcer that she saw the other day. He raised the scepter and waved it in the air in front of him. Suddenly, the space in front of him splashed water. A huge shadow appeared in the space in front of him. This layer of the shield was completely black. The weak moonlight could only illuminate the rough shape of the shadow. There was no way to fully reveal it. "Come on, let's go in." Young Master Shen held the scepter tightly and waved at Yun Nuoshing and the others. The latter and the others quickly followed him into the shield. Then he closed the shield again with the scepter. Chapter 1451. The space in front of them did not change much. They were walking in a spacious stone passage, which was as tall as the arched door frame. There was some weak energy in the stones in all directions. Combined with the light in the dark mountain, Yun Nuoshing and the others had a rough idea of the function of the energy, but they ignored the energy reaction. This passageway had existed for God knows how many years. Even the ordinary stones under his feet were full of bumps and hollows, as if they had been beaten by the power of time. Hui Qing's every step was heavy, and he could even create a hole in the ground. All the stone powder was piled up at the bottom of the hole. Young Master Shen changed his face and walked at the front of the passageway. He held the scepter in his hand and swung it left and right, as if he was checking if there were any obstacles here. The passageway seemed to be going downwards, the slope was gentle, and there were no stairs in sight. Hui walked for a while in this gloomy and depressing place. He felt that he could not hold it in any more. He could not help but say to young Master Shen in his soul, "Don't you guys have any guards in such an important place?" "There are guards, but they are inside. People rarely come to this place, except for the occasional shift." "Well, I've seen this place once or twice." "That's about it," young Master Shen replied softly. "Is this a cave? Or is it a cave?" "I don't know. This is my first time here. I'm more nervous than you." Yun Nuoxing looked left and right from time to time. Occasionally, he would put his hands together and let the energy surge between his hands. Others did not know what he was doing. Only the little angel knew. This suspicious and cautious guy left a lot of energy runes along the way. Every rune could blow up this planet if Chong Kong really came in to catch him, whether he came in or not. As long as he came close to this place, at least 60 energy runes would let him enjoy the baptism of energy. After walking down for about 2 hours, just when Hui and young Master Shen were about to change the topic from the purpose of the establishment of this place to the daily problems of Chong Kong, a glimmer of light finally appeared in front of them. It was a weak flame, and at the same time, a breath of life appeared in their senses, which startled them. Hui and young Master Shen both shut up. They let the energies surge secretly. Yun Nuoxing confirmed that there was no obstruction in front of them. When they suspected that there was someone guarding, they slowly walked to the place where the light came from. Looking at the open scene in front of them, they could not help but look up. This place was much wider than the passage just now. In front of them was a hall that had obviously been well built. It was a gray hall built with some energy crystals and some kind of metal. It was about 10,000 feet in length, width, and height. There was not a single gap on the clean floor, and there were no strange patterns. Except for the dust that covered it, it was so neat that it looked like it had been newly renovated. The dust and the brittle stone passage meant that no one had been here for a long time. There were only 2 paths in this hall, one in front and one at the back. At the bottom of the right wall, there was a figure sitting with his legs crossed. He was wearing a shabby gray robe that was stained with dust. He was motionless, as if he had turned into a stone statue. When Yun Nuoxing and the others stepped into the ground, which was obviously different from the cave, a loud shout suddenly exploded here. "Stop!" Yun Nuoxing and the others turned their heads calmly and looked at the figure. They saw that he slowly raised his head and said in a hoarse voice, "Who are you? I don't remember receiving the order to replace me." Young Master Shen calmly walked forward, holding the scepter with both hands and bowing. "Senior, there is a big problem in the graveyard of gods and demons. Lord Chong Kong ordered to mobilize all available forces to help suppress it. We were ordered to temporarily guard it." That person's eyes were filled with a gaze that made him feel slightly shocked. "Order? Slogan?" Young Master Shen's heart trembled slightly. He felt as if he was about to be seen through under this gaze. He hurriedly took a deep breath and said, "Senior, we came from the main world to make an announcement. We've never been here before. Lord Chong Kong only told us to come and didn't say anything else. Why don't you confirm it with Lord Chong Kong personally? However, the outside world has been turned upside down. All the internal law enforcers stationed here have urgently gathered and are now heading to the graveyard of gods and demons. The gray-robed figure narrowed his eyes and glanced at them one by one. Then he stared at the scepter in young Master Shun's hand for a long time. After a while, he turned his head and looked into the distance. There was a slight change in his gaze. He pondered for a while and raised his hand to leave an energy barrier to seal the passage ahead. He nodded to young Master Shun. "It is indeed a scepter from the main world. In that case, you will guard this place for me. I will go and help. Senior, take care." Young Master Shun cupped his hands again. The person in front of him had already disappeared. They waited for a while. Yun Nuoshing's spirit swept back and forth for a while. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, Yun Nuoshing said, "I didn't expect that there would be an origin peak guarding this place. What does he mean by leaving this barrier behind?" Hui pointed at the scarlet barrier and could not help but frown. "To prevent us from barging in. He is quite cautious. He knows that there is no time to confirm anything, but he can't just leave us here casually. After all, the eruption of the moon boundary lake outside is real. We can only go and help with some doubts, and leave a barrier while we are at it." Yun Nuoshing patted the barrier. "I suppressed our energy between the middle and high-level origin, and there was no problem with the energy camouflage. He didn't see through it, and probably thought that we couldn't do anything. Hee. Status symbols are still useful. I guess that half-believing is because of this scepter," Hui said. Yun Nuoshing nodded and looked around for a while. Then she said in her spirit, "I Ching, there should be a gray-robed cloak monster heading towards the moon boundary lake. If you see him jump, squeak." Squeak. "Master phone. That guy rushed over there a minute ago and has already jumped in," I Ching replied. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Okay. It is quite convenient to use racial matters to trick people." After confirming that the gray-robed guy had jumped into the pit to seek his own death, Yun Nuoshing casually used the Netherworld ruins sword to cut a hole in the barrier. The group squeezed into the space behind it and continued to move deeper. Hui suddenly said, "There shouldn't be any other guards in there, right?" Young Master Shin shook his head. "There is only one guard here. A peak origin guardian is enough to take this place seriously. There won't be any other guards." They walked from the hall to another passage. However, this time, the floor of the passage was the same gray-white color. There were no surprises or dangers along the way. They kept going deeper and deeper. For the time being, they did not encounter anything. There were no traps, no defenses. That was nonsense. The most powerful defense force had already been tricked into jumping into the well. Why do you always like to stuff things into the planet's stomach? We could not help but complain as they walked. You ask me? How would I know? Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at him. He probably thought that the inside of the planet was safer, so he stuffed everything inside. They continued to go deeper for a while. Suddenly, a huge thing appeared in the empty space. They could only see part of it from the passage. Yun Nuoshing and the others looked at each other and quickened their pace. They crawled out of the passage and looked up to see the full appearance of the huge thing. It was a gigantic metal tower, a gigantic tower that sat in the middle of an underground cavern. The ceiling of the cavern was made of ordinary stone, and the floor was grayish-white in color. There were layers upon layers of powerful energy barriers surrounding the gigantic tower. Those barriers were surging with powerful, twisting energy, but the color was a light red. There were slightly distorted and blurry scarlet energy, runes flowing within the barriers. Young Master Shen and the woman in green felt dizzy just by looking at the runes. Shoo! Yin Nuoshing whistled and raised her finger to point at the runes. That thing is from our place. It is exactly the same. The only difference is that the energy that drives the runes is your energy. What are its specific functions? We asked. Sealing and defense are just the basic functions. Yin Nuoxing frowned. The main function is to seal the energy so that the energy stored in the energy space can be preserved intact. I also saw the shadow of other energy runes. It is used to stack the energy repeatedly to strengthen the energy. Oh, and Huili quickly waved his hand to stop Yun Nuoxing. Just tell me what this tower is used for. Yun Nuoxing nodded and looked carefully for a while. She stared at the energy runes flowing on the barrier and gradually frowned. This tower is probably a space that stores an infinite amount of energy, and it is an infinite amount of berserk energy. The energy inside is constantly accumulating under the effect of several energy runes and energy runes. It is constantly breaking the limit of the rules and accumulating energy. There is also a chance that the energy will mutate and become stronger. However, there is no way to extract the mutated energy for research, so it can only be used. It is a huge energy space. Huili finally understood. Why did they use such a huge space to store energy? And it is hidden in such a place. It feels like there is some unspeakable secret. We will know once we go in. Yin Nuoxing did not think much. She walked forward and easily cut open the barrier. This thing does not have much defensive power, but it can repair itself. If we want to completely destroy it, we can just directly destroy the core. Moreover, they have probably fused all these things into the core. Once the core is destroyed, the tower itself will be damaged. The core is probably... He lowered his head and looked down. Probably below. We still have to go further down. We took a deep breath. Speaking of which, there's a space of pure energy inside, right? It is not good to go in directly under the baptism of pure energy, is it? Yes, yes. Yun Nuoxing nodded repeatedly. So, Huili laughed. Suddenly, he saw Yun Nuoxing grab his arm. He could not help but be stunned. Sweat broke out on his face. You can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. So, the thick-skinned one, walk in front. You. With all his strength, he threw Huili like a javelin towards the metal tower in front of him. The sonic boom that cut through the air was mixed with Huili's high-pitched scream. Why is it always me? Ah! Boom! The sound of a hole being blasted in the tower was mixed with the sound of energy impact from the disturbance of the stable pure energy. A ray of light as bright as the sun gushed out from the hole that was emitting thick smoke, illuminating the underground space as bright as the center of the sun. The burst of violent energy was suppressed by a sneeze. The high-energy reaction gradually decreased, and the light suddenly dimmed. Then, a valiant figure appeared at the hole. Huili waved his hand at Yun Nuoxing and the others. Okay, come up. Yun Nuoxing turned her head and whispered in Jing Yuanji's ear. You see, I told you Hui is too thick-skinned. His skin penetrated the metal tower. Jing Yuanji tried hard to hold back her laughter. Although she agreed with Master Feng, she also respected Master Hui. So, she could only pretend to be stupid and not say anything. But in her heart, she deeply agreed with the answer. There were still some energy flames flashing at the hole of the tower. That was the phenomenon of the pure energy surging inside. Yun Nuoxing put an energy shield on young Master Shin and the woman in green. The group jumped into the hole of the metal tower. Hui stared at Yun Nuoxing with a resentful face. You can't always throw me out. I'm a solid shield, not a spear. Your own defense is not worse than mine. Yun Nuoxing spread her hands. Didn't you say that I would beat people, and you would be beaten? Then Hui did not say anything. He sighed deeply and looked wronged. It was true, but he did not expect that he would be beaten for so long. The inside of the tower was a space with nothing but pure energy. The space they were in at the moment was filled with surging energy. They could feel the energy that was comparable to the peak of the origin power crazily surging in the metal tower. If the shield was removed, Yun Nuoshing and the others would be fine, but young Master Shin and the woman would be turned into ashes in an instant. It doesn't seem to be anything. Hui threw another layer of shield on everyone. He looked at the space inside the energy tower and did not see anything strange. Yun Nuoshing looked up. The energy tower was about to reach the top, so they should look down. Below, there was a space that was drowned in energy, and nothing could be seen. There's nothing up there. Let's go down. The few of them responded. Hui took out the guardian's shield, propped up the barrier, and took the lead to fall down the tower. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but whisper to Jing Yuanji, "Look, although he complains a lot, he's still very honest." Hey, I heard you." Hui turned around and threw a glance at Yun Nuoshing angrily. The muffled sound of energy explosion came from below the metal tower. Maybe it was because they had just shaken the integrity of the tower, but the energy inside no longer maintained a perfect balance. Maybe Hui broke the balance in the depths of the tower when he rushed in to maintain their balance. In short, the energy here showed signs of a riot. The movement was much larger than a simple surge of energy, as if there was an energy explosion in the depths of the tower. Jing Yuanji pulled on Yun Nuoshing's arm. "Master Feng, the energy flow in the depths of the space is abnormal. It seems that there is some kind of huge object or a domain formed by a huge energy that is different from the energy tower, blocking the energy flow and forming another quiet space below." "Oh, you feel it too?" Yun Nuoshing nodded. "Besides, there is a little life force down there." He turned to look at young Master Shen. "The life force unique to your race." Young Master Shen was stunned. "There are people of my race down there. Are they locked up here? Who knows? Let's go and take a look. It just so happens that the core of the tower is right below here. Although I don't know what they're using it for. It's so intricate and secretive. Destroying it should make them feel distressed for a while." As Yun Nuoshing spoke, he turned and saw young Master Shen frowning. His eyebrows stretched and then knitted together, as if he was struggling with something. "What's wrong? Did you remember something?" Young Master Shen nodded in agreement. "I think so. This tower is probably older than my grandfather. It must have been here a long time ago. In the beginning, it was still standing on the ground. I don't know when it was placed on the ground. Back then, there were no runes or charms from the realm of the gods. It was just a metal tower. Also below. I can't remember what's inside this tower. If you can't remember, you will know when you go and see for yourself." Yun Nuoshing turned her head and looked at him. The speed of their descent increased. After a while, they reached the deepest part of the tower. Their eyes suddenly opened, and then they were stunned. Below them was a huge hemispherical space. It was a very spacious underground. The hemispherical space was estimated to be about 100,000 feet in diameter. According to the size of the planet, it was about 1/3 of the underground space. At the bottom, rich energy rose here like a prairie fire. There was a huge fire pillar rising from the bottom to the top of the hemispherical space, like a fountain in the sea. F***CK. There is too much energy stored here. Feng, the energy reserve station that these guys built is as big as yours. We could not help but say, did you remember something wrong?" Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and looked at him strangely. She raised her right hand slightly, and a light burst out from the top of her palm. After a while, the light turned into a black ball, and the dots of starlight symbolized that it was a world of light. Our energy reserve station has 36 worlds, and I have updated it in real time. There is even origin energy in here. Everyone was speechless. This was simply inhumane. Although the heavenly gods of the origin level had their own ways of storing energy, there was no one like him who had 36 worlds in one go. His spirit and soul were really free. We paused and scratched his head. Oh, that is the specification of several eras. I remembered wrongly. Waving her hand to skip this little episode, Yun Nuoshing looked around and finally fixed her eyes on a place. Everyone looked over and then looked at each other. They waved their hands and pushed away the dense energy that was blocking their vision. The space suddenly became much clearer before Yun Nuoshing, and the others could see clearly what was behind the space. The place suddenly shook. He looked at the space and said a little gloatingly, "They have only used my runes and charms. Although I don't know why they insist on using the ones I made. It seems that it has caused them quite a lot of trouble. A few charms that have no spirituality and cannot change on their own will not be able to calm the huge energy here again. Even if we don't do anything, it will explode in a while." This is the consequence of not reading the manual before using it. He kept nodding his head with his arms crossed. There is no manual for this thing. It can only be said that it is the result of not having enough authority to use it, more or less. Don't worry about these details. He waved his hand and waved his hand, making the space in front of them clear again. Let me see what is hiding behind. What the hell is this? Chapter 1452. The underground hemispherical space that was drowned by the ocean of energy was shaking because of the violent energy. Flames rose from the ocean like gushing springs, rolling the peaceful energy into a storm. Soon, the energy in this enormous underground space would be destroyed in a violent and crazy riot and blown into the sky. When the space covered by the endless energy was opened, the Lord Protector of the god Realm let out a sound that was no weaker than the turbulence of the energy in this space. It startled everyone around him. Yun Nuoshing slapped him on the shoulder. "What are you yelling for?" "I was just stunned for a moment, but you scared me." If it were anyone else, they would be scared too, right? Hui laughed dryly and turned to young Master Shen and the woman in green. Young Master Shen and the woman nodded blankly in agreement. After the energy in that space was turned over, 8 gigantic life forms appeared. They were at least 10,000 feet tall, and their bodies were like rock and earth, like ice and the sea. Their cracks exposed the energy that was full of dark light, but they had the appearance of humans. They looked like energy spirits that had the appearance of humans, such as elemental spirits, the embodiment of the fire element, the embodiment of the water element. Those were just the appearance. Without exception, there was an extremely terrifying dark energy surging in their bodies. Compared to the energy of the demonic shadow, the only difference was the strength. The rules and order were exactly the same. Yun Nuoshing and the others looked at each other and hurriedly turned to communicate with each other through their souls. Young Master Shin was the first to speak. "I know what that is. That is the first seed." Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment. "The first few members of your race who were corrupted and distorted by the demonic shadow." Young Master Shin nodded with a serious look. Yun Nuoshing and the others also looked very serious. If that was the case, then it would be very bad. They still had the dark energy of the first generation in their bodies, although it was much weaker. If they really wanted to fight, Yun Nuoshing would have to use energy mixed with the origin energy to fight against the energy in their bodies. The good news was that the 8 original seeds were bound here by energy chains and were being washed by countless energies. From the looks of it, they seemed to have become one with the energy in this space. The energy had become every inch of their bodies, and the energy was flowing according to a certain trajectory. When it came out of their bodies, it would become abnormally violent, but it would not be contaminated by the dark energy. For some reason, it was unknown. First of all, we can rule out the possibility that they like to keep the ferocious beasts in the stomach of their home planet. Then, according to young Master Shun's information, they should not have been treated badly when they were first locked in here. It's just that they became crazier and more irrational. After a long period of transformation, they became crazy monsters. They might have even affected the stability of the order of their descendants. In the end, they had no choice but to be locked in here by their descendants. Hui put his hands on his waist and flicked his long hair. If I was the one who was in charge of this, after I was done with this, I might throw them to the realm of the gods to wreak havoc. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. These are the first seeds. Their ancestors threw them out just like that. Hey, look at the twisted and crazy faces of Long Sky and the others. What's the big deal about deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors? Yun Nuoxing thought about it carefully and felt that it was true. Although it was a little worse, it was not a big deal. After all, it did not have much to do with them. He also thought about it. If these 8 monsters were thrown on the realm of the gods, it would cause a huge storm. If they appeared on the realm of the gods without warning and caused destruction everywhere, it would be enough to make them panic. If they were used in a war, they might be able to mobilize 1/10 of their strength. Even if he were to go into battle himself, it would be enough to tilt the scales of the war significantly. We probably thought the same, so Yun Nuoxing nodded. It's a thought, but there's no guarantee that they will have more unique means. Yun Nuoxing turned his head to look at the huge commotion here. After thinking for a while, he said, "But no matter what, we are not here to fight with them. Think of a way to stabilize the energy here and let them continue to suppress them here." Everyone reacted at this moment. They came here to explore the second seal point and accidentally saw this energy tower, so they came down to take a look. They did not come here to farm maps. Moreover, if they were to fight this time, it would not be as simple as fighting in the space of consciousness. The commotion would definitely spread to the outside world and let the whole world know. At that time, they would really end up being surrounded by people. Hey, wait, I have a bad idea. Hui hurriedly grabbed his waving hand and revealed an evil smile. What are you thinking of doing? Hui grinned maliciously. Since there is a 1 in 10 or 1 in 100 chance that they are using this to deal with the celestial realm, why don't we turn the tables around and let their ancestors slap their juniors? Throw these 8 original seeds out, and they will definitely cause a huge mess. At the same time, this seal will also be broken, and the land of exile will be fine. In the soul world, Qing Yu's pretty face was a little dazed after hearing this, but she was still very calm. She had many ideas, but she did not think of this situation. She thought that since it involved the land of exile, and so many lives in it, the distorted race would definitely do something terrible. She did not expect that they would only use it to suppress and seal the original seeds. Yun Nuoxing was stunned after hearing this. It was indeed a good solution, but the problem was if they were to cause a ruckus, it would be a real war, and not to mention whether they would be seen through or caught on the spot. These 8 people would be a disaster if they were released. They were mobile disaster generators, and the disasters they caused would definitely not be limited to this world. They had to seize this great opportunity. Releasing them would be the moment the war started for both sides. After explaining the situation to everyone, Huey's excited face calmed down a little. He was silent for a while, and young Master Shin spoke first. We have been preparing according to the battle situation. If the war starts immediately, it will not affect us. We have been waiting for this day for too long. As for us, we frowned on the left and raised the right eyebrow high. We only have about 100 people. Foam, although you said that you can handle it, I am a little nervous. What's there to be nervous about? Just ask everyone. Yun Nuoshing spread out her hands and sent a soul message to I Ching and the others. Buddies, you are all the best of the best. You are the expedition to this distorted world with us. Although there are only about 100 of you, just like how you trust us, we also trust each other with our lives. Now, the time has come. Who wants to have a good fight with us? Master Foam. Fight. 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 Kill. 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 Make them turn the world upside down. Break through the void. Break through the void. Young Master Shun and I Ching felt dizzy from the earth-shaking voice that came from their souls. I Ching's opening words were mercilessly crushed. It turned out that in order to make one's own voice, all one needed to do was to use the simplest way to express one's meaning and shout it out. What is our slogan? Make trouble. Make trouble. Make trouble. Beat him to death. Beat him up. Although something strange seemed to have mixed in at the end. Anyway, the cries were quite intense. That was enough. The morale was greatly boosted. At the beginning, everyone was prepared. With more than 100 people under the leadership of the two lords, they would attack the entire distorted race. Now, they were just responding to the call to start the battle. Hui rubbed his head that was shaken to the point that he did not know whether it was ringing in his ears or his brain. Seeing Yun Nuoshing throwing a provocative look at him, he could not help but smile bitterly. Well, let's fight. I've been tolerating these bastards for decades. Come on, let's have a good fight. Okay. Yun Nuoshing nodded and looked down at the 8 energy giants that were in a state of deep sleep. Now, make a delayed energy explosion to wake them up and add some ingredients. Yun Nuoshing jumped down alone. Hui and the others saw him circling around the head of a giant, reaching out his hand and tapping a few times. Then, with a burst of energy, he changed to the next target. After dealing with several giants, he continued to go deep into the sea of energy. With a relatively large energy fluctuation, his figure returned after a while. Hui asked, "Done?" "It's nothing. After a quarter of an hour, they will be shaken awake by the energy ring I set up. The weak origin energy will cause the dark energy left behind by the demon shadow to completely riot. I also added a small gift. I guarantee that the heavenly god of the beginning will be pulled into the abyss of complete madness by me in this state. He won't even recognize his own mother." Yun Nuoshing nodded. Their awakening will be accompanied by the destruction of the energy core here. All the energy that has lost control and balance will enter a condensed and explosive state under the induction of a small energy. The energy of the explosion in an instant will probably crush this planet. Young Master Shun, quickly arrange for people to evacuate. We can't stay here any longer. A quarter of an hour, I'll go find people now. Young Master Shun was taken aback by the swift and decisive action. He hurriedly wiped his sweat and nodded. Fortunately, there were not many of them on this planet, and all of them were capable of leaving on their own. All they had to do was inform them that this place was about to explode and leave immediately. "What's the small gift?" "Yes." Yun Nuoshing was about to answer, but when he heard that it was not Huey's voice, he could not help but be stunned for a moment. It was the voice of Little Angel. It stayed in his soul world and did not plan to leave, and it was much more sensitive than the other girls. It seemed to have felt something. Yun Nuoshing smiled helplessly and said to the little angel alone, "The sin of the world is just a small part. Throw it into their souls when they are confused, and it will be enough to block all their cognition and enter a state of madness that they can't wake up from. It won't be over until they vent." The little angel suddenly understood. The sin of the world was a condensation of all the negative and dark characteristics of all life in this world, such as those negative emotions. Such a small dose was indeed enough to make an unguarded, heavenly God of the beginning fall into a state of madness that he could not extricate himself from. It would probably take a long time for him to stop, just like the time when he destroyed the first and second primordial realms, although his situation was more serious at that time. You two are really good at fanning the flames and fanning the flames. The perfect combination can make an entire race restless. The little angel could not help but sigh. Thank you for the compliment. Yun Nuoshing grinned. The little angel said, I'm not. Forget it. Anyway, those who deserve to die, or not all died, when the energy of the Moon World Lake exploded. There aren't any ordinary people left. I saw the storm from the beginning to the end. The remaining life forms are basically gods. There aren't many people left on this planet. Yun Nuoshing and the others left the metal tower and gathered everyone to leave the planet. Everyone looked down at the planet below, which was mostly scorched. It's an excellent place to watch. We can also see the gorgeous fireworks in the sky. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and made the magic arrays appear one by one. They kept appearing, melting into the void, and overlapping. Everyone could only see that the space behind him was like the surface of a lake in the rain. Ripples appeared in many places at the same time, quickly dissipating and quickly appearing again. I Ching walked over from the side and said, Lord Feng, we have received the group of people that young Master Shin mentioned. They are now waiting at the side. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and said, ask him to take care of them. We can't stop what we're about to do. Everyone get ready. Qing Jun was already rubbing his hands together. At this moment, everyone was nervously waiting for the last half-minute countdown of the quarter hour. In the energy imprint left by Yun Nuoshing, the energy in the metal tower was surging crazily. The space inside had become hell. High-level origin beings would have to run out in less than half a minute after rolling around inside. If they were late for even a second, they would lose a layer of skin. Then, let's use this time's fireworks as a grand opening. Just treat it as a New Year's greeting to them. The moment Yun Nuoshing's voice fell, everyone saw that the planet covered in ashes in front of them suddenly lit up with a little light. Then, the light became stronger and stronger, and the light spot also turned from a little light into a ray of light. Finally, the whole planet was rendered as brilliant as the sun. The extremely dazzling light was released and formed a huge light ball outside. With a burst of energy turbulence that would make even the starry sky tremble, a huge energy shockwave with a terrible impact of rules rushed to the entire starry sky in an instant. The shockwave visible to the naked eye flashed with a huge impact ring in an instant, and the barrier that silenced them suddenly emerged. Everyone felt the tremor in the starry sky. A huge earthquake was triggered in the starry sky. The incomparably magnificent energy flames seemed to burn the entire starry sky. It was so dazzling that Yun Nuoshing and the others found it difficult to look straight at it. Roar, roar, roar. As the gorgeous fireworks bloomed, some things that were sleeping also woke up. The violent roar that was enough to tear the starry sky apart made the already violent energy shock wave even more violent, shattering the surrounding starry sky into pieces. That huge roar contained the indestructible power of rules, and together with the shock wave, it rushed to the end of this world in an instant. All the life in this world suddenly came back to their senses. Looking at the sky, they could only see the blue sky with white clouds or the night sky with moonlight descending. Suddenly, an unusually dazzling light burst out. Although the impact had been weakened a lot when it crossed the starry sky, It still made those living stars tremble, and countless earthquakes of varying sizes occurred. Dozens of figures hidden in the land of exile suddenly widened their eyes, and their figures appeared one after another. Their thoughts instantly crossed the starry sky and connected together, and an urgent voice exploded in everyone's mind at the same time. Why is the seal broken? Isn't there still more than 10 days until it arrives? Oh no, that energy, that chaotic energy that has stimulated the seed for countless years. Oh no, they've been released. Quickly go and support them. Inform Master Chongkong. They will attack all the way to the current location of the main world. In the starry sky, Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and made their figures disappear bit by bit. The light of the energy explosion had weakened a lot, and he could use his eyes to look straight at them without being burned blind. After the incomparably gorgeous fireworks ended, he suddenly felt something, and a devilish smile instantly appeared on his calm expression. As they expected, all the people of the distorted race guarding this world were alarmed by this sudden violent movement and could no longer hide. After they arrived here in an instant and saw the end of the gorgeous energy explosion, no one could remain calm, and no one could remain indifferent. A violent roar that shook the starry sky came from the center of the energy explosion, and a huge arm-spewing thunder and magma swept across the starry sky like a pillar supporting the sky, tearing the energy shock wave and energy flames into pieces. 8 huge heads that were tens of thousands of feet long squeezed out from it, and most of their bodies were still covered by the energy shock wave. These guys have grown bigger. We couldn't help but whistle. At this moment, they were in the most brilliant place in the entire starry sky, struggling and roaring. Their huge bodies were as small as ants in the starry sky, but when they wantonly waved their huge bodies full of energy, the energy that gushed out was enough to tear the starry sky apart. These 8 might be the life that was closest to the peak of the chaotic plane in the world of order, but they were like children waving their hands casually, tearing the starry sky into pieces. The starry sky surged like waves of water, and the energy chains that wrapped around their bodies disintegrated inch by inch, and their bodies shone brightly. This terrifying scene made the hundreds of strong people of the distorted race gathered here feel their scalps tingle. Those were 8 monsters that stood at the peak of the non-order plane, and their life forms had become abnormal. They stood at the peak of the origin. Even the ordinary heavenly God of the beginning didn't dare to touch them casually. Their minds were clouded by the sins of the world and the dark energy, and they had just been woken up with a bad temper. When the 8 seeds saw their own descendants gathered in the starry sky, they didn't know whether they recognized them or were just affected by the sins of the world, but their eyes burst out with an unconcealable dark light, and furious hatred instantly occupied what little was left of their minds. A giant waved his arm, and a chain wrapped around his wrist like a galaxy, and lashed out at his own descendants, shattering the starry sky and the void along the way. Such a violent scene made the people of the distorted race feel cold all over, and they quickly condensed an energy barrier. Facing the top power of their own, who knows how many generations of top power, the barrier that they hurriedly put up was like a piece of paper, and it shattered completely without even a sound when the chain lashed out. Even the hundreds of people behind them were whipped and scattered like a swarm of bees. A dozen people who couldn't dodge in time had turned into a grand energy light rain, walking hand in hand to the road of reincarnation. What a heavy blow of fatherly love. It really makes those who see it sad, and those who hear it cry. Hui Bien applauded in a low voice. Everyone felt that what he said was actually not wrong. After all, these 8 seeds were left behind in the beginning, and it took a long, long time for this race to reappear. It was actually not wrong to say that he was the father of everyone in this race, but there was no need to be picky about the details. Lord Feng, should we kill our way over? Monarch Green had been rubbing his hands for a while, and now that he saw such an intense scene, he couldn't help but want to kill his way over. No hurry, no hurry. They can handle it. We just need to watch the show. It's not time yet. Yun Nuoshing shook his head, and he tilted his head to look at other places, sensing and looking forward to some movements from afar. The 8 seeds from the beginning were definitely not so easy to deal with. First of all, they were at the peak of the origin, and secondly, they had been transformed into this appearance that was neither human nor ghost by the dark energy, and they were also blinded by the sins of the world. When they fought, there was no such thing as juniors, and those 100 or so, there were less than 60 people left, and they fled in a sorry state. He was waiting for a door. I Ching saw that he closed his eyes and didn't ask any more questions. He was just about to watch a good show when his eyes suddenly flashed. Lord Feng, I've observed the formation of a large transmission door. Yun Nuoshing smiled evilly again. Hold the door for me. That's a passage to their other world. Chapter 1453. He had been guarding the first city of the Order Void for hundreds of years, and it had been a few decades since the timeline resonance. He was one of the few who knew what the Guardian of the Celestial Realm wanted to do. He was one of the few who voted against the Guardian of the Celestial Realm. Although there was resentment from being offended by the Guardian of the Celestial Realm, more importantly, he felt that once the timeline resonance was successful, the Order Void would fall into chaos. Just like now, chaos had already appeared outside the first city of the Order Void. He heard that the chaos in the upper plane had shown signs of calming down, but there were still big and small battles happening. There seemed to be something happening there, but it seemed to revolve around the realm of the gods, so he was not sure. He was only managing his own forces in the first city of the void, managing the forces of his own world. Although he was disgusted by the current chaos, he did use this to strengthen his own forces. Although he might not be able to fight against a colossus like the realm of the gods, he should be ranked among the top in the void. Today, he walked out of the tower of the first city of the void. As usual, he walked around the city to inspect the situation, then returned to the top of the tower to look at the abyssal death mist blockade not far away in the void. He listened to the information from his subordinates about their own world, then contacted the other cities in the void defense line to inquire about the situation. Finally, he looked at the chaotic situation in the void and sent a sincere blessing to the culprit who caused the timeline resonance. He then continued to look at the abyssal death mist blockade from the top of the tower. This cycle of mission had been carried out for hundreds of years, and the last battle with the abyssal death mist blockade seemed to have happened a long time ago. Lord Yenua, there are guests visiting the first city of the void. On the high platform, Yenua turned his head and looked at the soldier who came up to him respectfully. He frowned in confusion. Guests? What guests? Where are they? It is said that they are from a remote world in the upper plane. They are interested in joining the void defense line to fight against the abyssal death mist with us. They are now waiting in the hall of the first tower. The soldier said respectfully. Yenua felt a little strange. Guests visiting the first city of the void. And with such a formal announcement, and he even said that he wanted to join them, it sounded weird, as if they were all human compatriots, but a human life form suddenly stood up and declared, I will fight for the human race, dragging along his family and even informing the higher-ups of the human race. At first glance, it did not feel right either way. After all, at such a time, whether it was a civil war or an alliance against an external force, there was no need to inform the higher-ups. They could fight however they liked. And if they could not kill the abyss and death mist, they were all Empyrean gods, and could not possibly need someone to enlighten them step by step. At present, although the void first city had changed a little and those 2 irritating fellows had been driven away, it was still a world of order, and there was no need to inform the higher-ups. Damn it, everyone knew that you were a life form of order. Yen Nuo didn't pay much attention to it. After pondering for a while, he nodded casually. Have you informed the others? The soldier smiled helplessly. My lord, it's just another faction joining in. There's no need to mobilize so many people. I'm just here to inform the higher-ups. Yen Nuo pursed his lips. Even his subordinates thought that there was nothing much to say, and the others probably thought so too, so no one would care. However, since the other party had made such a formal announcement, they, as the defenders of the first city of the void, should go and meet the guests. Besides, they had nothing to do at the moment. In the hall at the bottom of the tower, Yen Nuo pushed open the door and entered. The man in the hall turned around and smiled at him. Hello, commander of the first city of the void. Yen Nuo and the soldier, who had just followed him into the hall. The latter casually closed the door, while the former walked forward, sizing up the young man in front of him. He was dressed in red robes and a black cloak. There seemed to be a large object propping up the black cloak on his shoulders, elbows, and other parts of his body. It seemed to be some kind of light armor. There was a faint smile on his delicate face, and he looked completely harmless. However, from his scarlet eyes, one could see that there was something hidden in the depths of his eyes, something out of place. I'm Yen Nuo, the divine guardian of the first city. May I know your name? Yen Nuo casually sat down opposite the man and asked, My name is Chongning. The man chuckled. He looked at the empty hall and said, It seems that the first city doesn't welcome me. They're just too lazy to move. Yen Nuo said casually, To the first city of the void, there are many forces like you who came from the inner circle to join the battle. The first city of the void. No, the void battlefront does not have many restrictions on the forces of order who come to assist in the battle. Everyone only has one thing in mind. As long as you're standing in this city, you're fighting for the sake of order. This is also why you see, he waved his hand across the hall. Everyone is used to this kind of thing, so no one came. I just came to take a look out of curiosity. I see. Chongning nodded in realization. When he saw Yen Nuo staring at him, he said unhurriedly, This time, I've brought my own world to assist in the void battlefront. They're spread out evenly across many places on the battlefront. As for me, I naturally have to come to the first city. Since it's a rather large movement, I wanted to report it to you in advance. Yen Nuo raised a finger. Do you need any special help? Seeing that you've specially informed me, do you need any special arrangements? I do need a little help from you seniors. However, I haven't thought of how to bring it up yet. Allow me to think about it, Chongning said with a smile. Then make the preparations before tonight. After nightfall in the first city, my old friends will come out for some activities. By then, you can boldly state your request. As long as it's not too much, we'll help you as long as we're all from the same world of order. Yen Nuo said, as he stood up and walked out of the hall. Then I'll thank you seniors in advance. Outside the tower, in a luxurious palace attic on the top floor, a man and a woman were sitting cross-legged facing each other. They suddenly opened their eyes and looked at each other with strange expressions. Chongning, report, a new force that just joined. This guy is a little, should I say inconceivable or suspicious. The woman shook her head. This has never happened since the first city of the void appeared. Also, that guy's smile is very fake. I don't like it. Look, Shu. The man suddenly covered her mouth. His soul in the void observed the situation in the hall. After Yen Nuo left, Chongning casually walked out of the tower and strolled around the city. After 10 minutes, he finally spoke. Normally, the forces of order that just arrived in the first city of the void would immediately understand the situation here and find an area for their subordinates. Why is this guy strolling around the streets like a wandering ghost? The woman pushed his hand away and spoke in his soul. Be careful. Don't focus on him. Don't focus on his area. He's also a pinnacle origin. If you stare at him for more than 7 seconds, he'll easily notice us. We're not as powerful as Lord Feng after all. Be careful. The man smirked. Let's just cover the first city. Divert your soul's attention so that he won't be able to sense us. What is it? There's some weak power fused into the void. What is that? The man was startled as soon as he diverted his attention to the entire city. He saw something in the void of the first city. Keep an eye on him. I'll take a look at the situation outside. The woman looked at him doubtfully and nodded. His divine soul, which had fused with the void, peeled away the hidden things bit by bit, opening up the void layer by layer. The man focused his attention on the deeper layers of the void. Finally, a bright ball of light appeared in his line of sight, which stunned him. It was a ball of energy with a charm engraved in it. It was a charm that carried the aura of the realm of the gods. What the hell? You scared me. That's probably a talisman left behind by Lord Feng or Lord Hui. The man sighed in relief. He had really scared himself. I didn't spread my soul to that area in the past. I was only paying attention to the spire, so I didn't see this thing. It's fine, it's fine. Compared to that, what is he doing? Strolling around, buying things. Occasionally, he'll stand still and look at the abyssal death mist-sealing circle. The woman casually replied, He's using a very obscure method to leave some energy marks in every corner of the first city. I don't know what he's trying to do. He's gone out. The woman shrieked, startling the man as well. He quickly turned his attention to Changning and saw that he had suddenly dashed out of the barrier. Both of their spirits could not keep up with him. He had rushed out of the first city and disappeared without a trace. TSK, a small area of alteration and distortion of the laws. We couldn't keep an eye on him. Did he discover us? The man frowned. The woman shook her head. If he discovered us, he would have come straight for us. He probably just doesn't want to be noticed by Yanua and the others. But it's really strange. That guy, where did he go? I can't find him. There's no trace of him in any direction. Then let's just wait and see. We'll know what's going on tonight. That's right, our teleportation circle is still bound to our souls, right? The woman showed a relaxed smile. Don't worry. Lord Feng personally prepared it for us. Even if the primeval heavenly god had sealed this place, we would still be able to teleport back to the divine realm through our connection with the laws of the divine realm and the two lords. Furthermore, even if we do fall here, our soul marks are still in the spiritual temple. We'll be revived in a few days. That's true. The man scratched his head. Aside from this, Lord Feng had also left them with many defensive measures that targeted the mind and soul. He also carefully checked them. After confirming that there were no problems, he no longer worried. The two closed their eyes and fell silent again. Night gradually fell. In fact, there was no real sun in the void that circled around the first city. It was just that the city's barrier would show day and night according to the time. As for the time used, only the person who set up the barrier would know. However, since it was only used to adjust one's mood, no one cared too much about it. Not to mention the blurry time in the void, being in a silent standoff for 1,000 years, was also very boring. Even if the Order champions who were stationed here were people who had experienced tens of billions of years of loneliness, staying in the unchanging darkness of the void for a long time would also be boring. This was also the reason why the first city of the void would have some astronomical changes, and why there would be some shops, and the layout of the city was no different from a normal city. The only difference was that everyone in this city could instantly take out their weapon and turn into a killing machine in a second. When night fell, Yen Nuo and a dozen other First City's heavenly gods would stand on the wall closest to the void battlefront ceiling circle and cast probing or meaningful gazes at the abyssal death mist ceiling circle. This would continue for 4 hours, not just for surveillance, but also for in-depth exploration. The abyssal death shroud's activity level has increased by 0.1%. Should we inform the various places? It's probably just a small disturbance. In the past, we've observed that its activity level is sometimes high and sometimes low. It hasn't exceeded the highest level, so we don't have to pay attention to it for now. However, just in case, let's have all the observers be alert. An ear-piercing energy alarm suddenly reverberated throughout the entire city. Amidst the deafening alarm, dozens of gigantic energy beams suddenly soared into the sky from the void First City. The people who had been hiding in their shops and pavilions just a moment ago soared into the sky, wearing the clothes of chefs and laborers. The weapons in their hands flashed with a ferocious light. At this moment, the barrier of the First City also surged with a tremendous amount of energy that even the Empyrean god of origin could not shake, leaped across the barrier and illuminated the void. The abyssal death shroud has invaded Yen Nuo, and the other's expressions suddenly became serious. He first glanced at the defensive perimeter of the void's defensive perimeter and was stunned when he found that it was still intact. The defensive perimeter is still fine. This alarm, before he could finish, the ear-piercing energy buzzing instantly faded away. The First City of the Void and the defensive perimeter of the Void's defensive perimeter did not encounter any subsequent destructive attacks. There was no ambush. The alarm just now seemed to be a false alarm. Yen Nuo rolled his eyes. What kind of false alarm was this? How could a group of heavenly origin gods experience a false alarm at the same time? Go and investigate the alarm just now. Something must have triggered the alarm. There's no way it would be a false alarm. The soldier behind him nodded and disappeared from the city wall. The atmosphere on the city wall became a little strange because of this sudden alarm. The dozen or so Empyrean gods looked at each other. One of them could not help but ask, "Then, are we still going to observe?" Yen Nuo frowned. "Leave a few people here to watch. The rest of you go to the First City and find out what caused the alarm just now. See if it's a problem with the defensive perimeter or something else." One of the Empyrean gods ordered his subordinates to do something. Then he turned around and asked, "Are you worried that the abyssal death misspawn will come in? After the alarm just now, we didn't discover any signs of attack or even any intentions of attack. Perhaps something unexpected has happened. We still haven't figured out who the enemy is, right?" Yen Nuo glanced at him and said nonchalantly. Everyone shrugged their shoulders. On the surface, they didn't seem to care much about it. However, they had already arranged everything beforehand. Guarding the most dangerous place in the world of order, they had to be vigilant against anything that was possible or impossible. Even if it was really impossible, they had to treat it as something that could happen. After all, this was the kind of enemy that could distort the rules and destroy the order. There was nothing normal about it. Senior Yen Nuo. On the city wall, the group of heavenly gods who were about to disperse suddenly stopped in their tracks. They saw Chong Ning, who was dressed in a red robe and a black cloak, appear on the city wall. He cupped his hands at them and smiled. "You must be the other seniors of the First City. My name is Chong Ning." "Oh, Yen Nuo, is this the new guy you mentioned today?" "He's also peak reciprocity. Not bad, not bad." Yen Nuo waved his hand to indicate that Chong Ning did not need to be nervous. "Looks like you're ready. Tell us what you think." "Of course. But before that, I have something I want to show you all." Chong Ning nodded with a smile. He fished out a fist-sized orb from his bosom. It seemed like an ordinary gray orb, but there seemed to be energy surging within. There were indeed traces of energy flickering on its surface. The closest Empyrean god accepted the orb and could not help but ask after a few glances, "What's this?" "I'm not sure either. I obtained it by accident in an extremely remote place in the space of order. It would occasionally reflect some strange images and flicker with energy. I feel like there's some sort of secret hidden within, but I'm not good enough to tell." Chongming shook his head helplessly. The Empyrean gods stared at the orb and used their own methods to try and understand and touch it. However, nothing happened, so they passed it to the others one by one. When it was passed to Yen Nuo, he glanced at it. Just when he was about to use his own method to try and understand it, the voices of a man and a woman exploded in his head. "Throw it away. That's a high-density crystal of the abyssal death mist." Shock flashed through Yen Nuo's eyes. He suddenly raised his hand and threw the orb out of the barrier. However, Chongming suddenly chuckled. "Senior's reaction is not bad, but it's too late." The gray orb that had just passed through the barrier of the void, First City, suddenly released a resplendent light. In the next second, that resplendent light was covered by the light of darkness. It exploded with an energy that was enough to destroy the order of the void. Black clouds and mist swept out from the place where the energy exploded. Red energy lines spread out wildly and engulfed the entire void First City in an instant. This time, the buzzing energy alarm rang throughout the entire city. This time, it was a real disaster. The people who had not returned to their original positions in time turned around abruptly and unleashed their own power. For a moment, the entire void, First City, ignited with an unusually bright energy radiance. The power of order gushed out wildly and supported the void, First City's defensive barrier. On the city walls, Yen Nuo and the other defenders surrounded Chongming. The presence of over a dozen peak reciprocity cultivators made the space tremble. A layer of transparent green light appeared on Yen Nuo and the others. Because they had touched the crystal of the abyssal death mist, they were worried that they would be twisted into a manifestation of the abyssal death mist. They all used their own methods to protect their souls and minds. One of the defenders said angrily, "Who are you? What are you trying to do by releasing the abyssal death mist? Don't waste your breath on him. Capture him and interrogate him." The other person bellowed and appeared in front of Chongming in an instant. He stretched out his hand, but before he could touch Chongming, his body suddenly turned gray and froze in midair. In an instant, a scarlet energy exploded from his body, and his body was sent flying as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. He then disappeared from the other side of the First City in an instant. Aya, this senior sure is impatient." Chongming clapped his hands casually. "The banquet has only just begun. The night is still very long, so there's no need to be in such a hurry." Yen Nuo and the others all paled. They looked in the direction that the person had disappeared in and found the person who had collapsed in the ruins of the city. A few scarlet and black energy patterns constantly climbed up his body as if they wanted to envelop him. "Who are you?" Chongming smiled. Just when he was about to say something, he suddenly looked away. "Yep, it's time." Suddenly, 1,000 feet tall scarlet radiance rained down on every corner of the First City in the void. Along with the violent surge of energy, the light pillars turned into gigantic portals. One by one, silhouettes containing tremendous energy stepped out of the portals. A 10,000-mile-wide fissure suddenly opened up in midair. Then, a group of silhouettes wrapped in black mist and surging with scarlet energy gushed out of the fissure like insects. In just a few dozen seconds, almost 100,000 silhouettes rushed into the First City and began to battle with all order champions in the city. Yen Nuo saw the terrifying battles that suddenly broke out in various parts of the First City. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the person in front of him. He saw Chang Ning slowly spread his arms. The harmless smile on his face grew wider. Behind him, 6 scarlet divine rings and an unusually dim black divine ring gradually appeared. They were so shocked that their hearts trembled. Senior Yen Nua, let me introduce myself again. My name is Chong Sky. It's my honor to announce to you that the first city of the void is now ours. Chapter 1454. The dim background of the starry sky was a faint red. There were no twinkling stars, nor were there any bright nebulae or star clusters in the deep space. There was only an unusually bright light in the entire starry sky. It was a phenomenon where all the objects in the entire starry sky were gathered in one area. All the stars were gathered in a huge area, emitting a light that was enough to illuminate the starry sky. The whole starry sky was gathered in one place, and the other empty space was only a faint floating distorted energy. It was like an egg. The distorted energy was the egg white, and the egg yolk was everything in the starry sky. Suddenly, a crack that was hundreds of feet wide appeared in the starry sky. A few figures fell out of it. The burst of energy instantly cleared the faint red color in the space. Swords and sabers were pointed at every space. Oh, what a thick distorted energy. Hui almost fainted when he came in. It's all over the starry sky. Everything in this starry sky is gathered in one area. The other places are full of distorted energy. Yun Nuoxing looked around. The starry sky was full of energy, just like the energy storage worlds. However, the concentration of the distorted energy was not so high. After all, there were still living beings here. If the distorted energy was too high and filled the entire starry sky, even they would not be able to stand it. For the same reason, he would not be comfortable if he was soaked in a place full of the elements of extinction. Young Master Shen looked around the world. Looking at the only huge cluster of starlight, he immediately recognized the situation of the world. This is a world similar to a frontier fortress. It guards the surrounding void. There is a powerful energy source in the center that blocks the void transmission. If we don't get rid of the energy source, we can't go deeper through this world. Unless someone from the inside opens the door and comes here, then controls the door. He paused for a moment and looked at Yun Nuoxing. But you should be able to bypass it directly. Boom. It took less than 0.001 seconds for the energy, which contained the force of a thunderbolt, to hit young Master Shen's face. Young Master Shen was forced to swallow the rest of his words. The scarlet energy storm that exploded on the spot engulfed the entire starry sky. Rings of scarlet energy shockwaves that were visible to the naked eye exploded in all directions, one after another, shattering the starry sky. Go! Don't give them a chance to catch their breath. Hundreds of figures appeared in the starry sky in the blink of an eye, surrounding the scarlet energy storm from hundreds of directions. Hand seals condensed one after another, and powerful moves and energies that contained the power to collapse the void smashed into the storm. Don't stop. Continue attacking. Everyone stared with their scarlet eyes. The aura on their bodies was so violent that it almost caused the energy and rules to go out of control. From the moment they came out, they had exerted their strength to the extreme. It was obvious that they valued the enemies who appeared here very much. However, it was not Yun Nuoxing and the others. They were only wary of the first few seeds. The bursts of energy were like dazzling energy fireworks blooming in the starry sky. The energy from this world was also constantly slanting and collapsing toward this place. It was as if this place was a black hole, a pouring point. After a long period of indiscriminate bombardment, they did not see any counterattack. This made them a little stunned. They could not help but slow down the frequency of their attacks. They recalled the scene from the beginning of the attack. Suddenly, they said, didn't the information that came from the front say that the first few seeds were a few energy giants? Why did I see a few normal-sized life forms just now? The leader frowned. In just a moment, he threw away any thoughts and continued to bombard indiscriminately. Don't worry so much. Just fight. Those are curse bearers that have been imprisoned for countless years. They are no longer people that any of us know. Boom. When a huge energy burst out from behind them, everyone was stunned. Dozens of people who were close to them were swept into the dark red energy storm and disappeared in an instant. The leader suddenly felt that something was wrong. Enemy attack. Let everyone behind us. The moment this violent roar exploded in the starry sky, a dazzling radiance as bright as the sun suddenly burst out from the dark red energy storm, blocking all the energy fluctuations that were about to spread out. Then, several figures rushed out in all directions. When the light of order solidified this space, he raised his sword and tore apart every enemy that approached him. Then, with a loud bang, he detonated all the energy in their bodies and released a second firework in this starry sky. The leader knew that they were done for. With a furious roar, he shattered the seal of the light of order. Using the fastest speed he could achieve in his life, he smashed the thumb ring on his hand. A surge of energy shot out at an infinite speed. Then, he crashed into the edge of the light of order. That scene caused his eyes to bulge out. His eyes were filled with despair. When he was in despair, a purplish-black light fell from above and divided his whole body into two. All the energy in his body was released into the void in an instant. Not even a ray of light burst out and disappeared. Compared to the dazzling funeral fireworks next to him, his death was sullen and unostentatious. 1.7 seconds. It's a little slow. After all, there are hundreds of people. He swung the divine greatsword in his hand and shrugged. They were mentally prepared to encounter all kinds of scenes, but they never thought that the moment they came in, they would be bombarded without reason. Looking at the momentum, if they were a little weaker and caught off guard, the energy bombardment would have burned them into a dragon, and their ashes would have been scattered. How could they explain this to others? The first seed is a layer of haze in everyone's heart. They are incurable, but they are very powerful and difficult to purify. So when they know that they are released, the whole race will probably fall into an abnormal state of anxiety. Young Master Shin shook his hand and suddenly frowned. It should be so, but why is the defense force of this world so weak? And they are just some mid-level and not very high-level origins. Although they are the mainstays and the top forces, but it still feels. Hui also felt that something was strange, but he could not put his finger on it. Yun Nuoshing decided to ask I Ching and the others about the situation on the other side. The 8 first seeds were still fighting in the starry sky. Dozens of huge rifts had opened up in the starry sky. The powerhouses of the distorted race were constantly appearing, and the chaotic tide that they created was one level lower than the tide of darkness. The chaotic tide? Are you sure it's the chaotic tide? Yun Nuoshing cocked her head after listening to I Ching. I Ching nodded affirmatively. Hundreds of millions of chaotic minions are thrown here every minute. However, they will be wiped out in an instant. The distorted race's Empyrean gods of origin have also suffered hundreds of casualties. Something's not right, something's not right. Yun Nuoshing frowned. What was the use of the chaotic tide against the 8 seeds? The energy flowing around the 8 big guys could kill a lot of them. The chaotic minions had no defense at all. How many worlds does your race have? Yun Nuoshing asked young Master Shin. When I left, there were only a dozen worlds. Well, I don't know if they have expanded in the past few years. I think there should not be many. My race has to spend a lot of effort to deal with just one world, so there may be 1 or 2 more worlds. However, there will not be more than 30 worlds at most, young Master Shin said while thinking. Yun Nuashing thought for a moment. She looked at the only huge light in the starry sky and said, "Change of plan. We will cause a ruckus here and blow up this world. Then we will return to the previous world." "Blow it up now?" we asked. Yun Nuashing shook her head and raised her chin towards the distance. "Let's go there and take a look." This was a frontier world. Without destroying the void interference source in the middle, there was no way to go inside from this world. However, even if they destroyed it, they would not be able to go in without the coordinates. It would not be easy to lure the enemy into this world. Besides, this was a frontier fortress. There should not be so few people. As they plunged into the brightest ball of light, their vision became much clearer. The stars in the sky appeared in their eyes, and the stars with life were inconspicuous among these huge star clusters. However, even though there were so many stars here, everyone still felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness in their hearts. Moreover, the movements of these stars were different from the stars they were familiar with. It seemed that the rules that created them were on another side. Even though they were surrounded by stars, Yun Nuo and the others still felt that the starry sky was a little cold. He quickly scanned the area with his spirit and sensed that there were a few planets with life that were gathered together. There were life auras on them. The remaining life auras did not mean that there were still people living there at this moment. It meant that there had once been life there. The people from Yun Nuo planet looked at each other and quickly rushed over. In this huge light, through the connection between the stars and the empty starry sky, there were some defensive measures set up in this huge light. Some were similar to arrays and runes that were filled with energy. Judging from these defensive measures, this should indeed be a kind of guarding and defensive world. Then, this place was empty. Another empty world. That damned Zhangkong won't suddenly jump out and scare us, right? Hui suddenly shuddered and said with a black line on his face. He remembered what happened in that world last time. It was as empty and as silent as before. Then the sky exploded that world with a bang, and they were blown to this side. Yun Nuashing. In fact, there were people just now, but they were all wiped out. Oh, Hui said, that's true. Soon, they arrived at one of the planets that didn't revolve. The orbit here made them dizzy, or rather, there was no orbit to speak of. They could move however they wanted. There were some buildings on these planets that once had life. They were filled with all kinds of runes, demonic runes, and divine runes. Yun Nuashing and the others just stood in the starry sky and looked down. They had no intention of going down to have a look. They did not have the time or the time to do so. Say, they have such a strong defense. Why did they rush out to attack us? Hui doubtfully pointed at those defensive measures that looked powerful, but were actually only SOSO. However, they could still resist for a long time. He then pointed at them and said, "Can't they just obediently stay behind the defense and wait for us to attack the city?" Young Master Shin shook his head. "These are the defensive measures that my people left behind. They are not effective against the first 8 seeds. Maybe the things they stole from the realm of the gods would be effective, but obviously they don't have too many of those things. This can be seen from the fact that the defense at the border has not been updated. Oh, I understand. They thought that those seeds had found their way here, so they came out to meet them. After all, those things can't defend against them, and it may be too late to respond when they come to the door." Hui said with his god's soul scanned the area again. Yun Nuashing even borrowed Feng Qinghuang's power. The phoenix's special talent made her very sensitive to the aura of life. But even so, he did not find any life. There is really no one left. The riot just now was their final counterattack. But judging from the layout of this border fortress, there should be at least a dozen times more people guarding here than those 200 to 300 people just now. How could it be empty now? Hui curled his lips in puzzlement. His eyes suddenly paused as he glanced at the few life stars below, and the smile on his face suddenly became a little evil. Yun Nuo was still thinking when he suddenly heard the sound of energy gathering with the power of the rules coming from below. Hui was holding a huge mass of dense divine energy in his right hand, and in the next second, it left his hand and turned into a ray of golden light that rushed down to the planet with life below. In an instant, there was an explosion of energy on the planet that made the stars tremble. The few balls next to it were shaken out of their original positions and were shattered by the violent force. A guardian with more action than thinking had once again smashed someone else's planet. Yun Nuoxing and the others were stunned. Hui scratched his head and laughed dryly. Well, I was just checking if there was anything. Ouch! Yun Nuoxing hit Hui on the head and rolled her eyes. But after the commotion, she said, "It seems that there is really nothing left here. Let's go. Destroy this world and go somewhere else." Destroy it directly? Destroy it directly. After confirming that there was nothing left in this world, Yun Nuoxing and the others returned to the side of the spatial rift that they had just teleported from. Each of them left a mass of concentrated energy for Yun Nuoxing and left first. Yun Nuoxing played with a few masses of energy for a while and triggered the distorted energy in this world. With just a little energy, he catalyzed the energy in his hand, and in this world to the extent of turning the world upside down. He had to thank them for filling the entire starry sky with energy. If it were not for such a dense mass of energy, he would not have been able to borrow the power of the distorted race. Boom! The energy detonated in the center of this world with sound, and waves spread to the end of the world at an infinite speed. Yun Nuoxing saw the energy flame erupting and expanding, constantly swallowing space, time, and the void. She grinned, turned, and went into the portal and closed the door. Huge energy storms were still erupting in this world. Waves of energy waves swept across the entire starry sky. If Yun Nuoxing had not used the void barrier to limit the range, the energy shock waves alone would have sunk the dozens of exile lands. Whoosh! Boom! As soon as Yun Nuoxing came out of the portal, he heard a violent whistling sound. To be able to make such a sound in the starry sky, it must have the power of destruction. As soon as he looked up, he saw a big man swinging his arms. The energy chain in his hand was like a long galaxy whip in the starry sky. The huge size, the energy contained, and the destructive power made the hundreds of contenders in the battle feel their scalps tingle. It was not only their scalps that were tingling. Yun Nuoxing and the others could not help but shrink their heads when they saw it, although the long galaxy whip really could not touch them. He stood in place and observed the battle for a while. The 8 strong men and their great-great-great-great-grandchildren were fighting back and forth. The latter were obviously at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the former's brains being fried, the battle would have been over by now. Staring at a portal that not many people had come out of and was about to close, Yun Nuoxing suddenly snapped his fingers. A group of figures suddenly appeared behind him and then rushed out. They violently propped up the portal he had taken a fancy to and forcibly tore it bigger. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and said, "Let's go, let's continue. They can fight, but we'll tear down their house." Fight! A roar came from behind, and Yun Nuoxing instantly knew who was taking the lead at this time. But just by looking at the way they tore the portal, he probably knew who had come. Yun Nuoxing whispered to I Ching in his soul and asked him to watch the battle here. Then Yun Nuoshing led a group of people and rushed into the portal with Qing Jun and the others who had just come over. However, just as they were prepared to be showered with energy from the beginning when they rushed into every world, the contenders were also prepared to use energy to push them into the reincarnation road once anything broke into this world at this time. The two sides cooperated with each other tacitly, so when the latter saw that the portal that had not yet closed was suddenly torn open by a brute force, everyone held their breath and waited for a large mass of light and shadow to suddenly emerge. Everyone, attack with all your strength. Don't show any mercy. It took less than half a second to rush from the edge of the starry sky to the portal. Thousands of energy collided with each other, but it was not over yet. Two people frantically took out two galaxies made of distorted energy, pinched them into the size of a discus with their hands, and then threw them over with the bombardment of thousands of energy. Boom, boom, bang. A lot of inexplicable energy explosions with the power of destruction spread throughout the starry sky in an instant. Not to mention the void. Even the nothingness was sunk. Damn. That bastard is bombarding us with this kind of suicidal attack again. We had already taken out the Guardian Shield when he entered the portal. At this time, thousands of heavenly gods of origin and the energy of a world were focusing fire on it. It suddenly wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf, and a violent shock spread in the space they were in. Let's take advantage of Huey's defense and kill our way out. Green, you take people to attack from the sides, and I'll break through from the front. Yun Nuoshing took out the Netherworld Ruin Sword, and magic arrays appeared around her. Then they all shrank and merged into the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Her figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Green and the others also roared and rushed out together. After rushing out of the portal that was bombarded indiscriminately, Yun Nuoshing looked back at the space behind her. Her cheeks could not help but twitch. Who taught the distorted people? This kind of attack, this kind of indiscriminate bombardment, was like smashing an entire primordial realm on the enemy's head. She suddenly thought about it, then coughed dryly and decided not to think about it anymore. This was a bit similar to her fighting style, whipping corpses and burning them to ashes. The members of the distorted race were all tensed up. They were only focused on attacking, and they didn't put much effort into defense. Just an ordinary energy barrier in front of them was gone. To them, there was no difference whether they had a defense or not. After all, they were up against 8 primogenitors. With a wave of their hands, their defenses would be destroyed. It was better to just attack directly. Yun Nuoshing turned into a shadow and rushed in from the front. The Netherworld Ruin sword in her hand slashed down hard, and the light from the sword illuminated half of the starry sky. The energy barrier in front of her suddenly exploded into pieces. Then dark red energy burst out and turned into a transparent barrier that sealed this world. This is... The leader of this world sensed that something was not right. His body suddenly disappeared on the spot, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, using his soul to transmit the message to everyone. Something's not right. It's not them. It's... A giant purplish-black sword appeared out of thin air, piercing through his body as he disappeared into another space. The Nether Void Sword's energy exploded, shattering his body into pieces. Yun Nuoshing casually swung the giant sword. This guy still has some reaction. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Hearing another shout, Yun Nuoshing suddenly felt that the hostility in this part of the starry sky had changed rapidly. It was all directed at her. She swung her hand, grabbed the Netherworld Ruin Sword with both hands, and stabbed it fiercely into space. A wave of dark red energy suddenly burst out, shocking the distorted people. Beat them to a pulp. Chapter 1455. Chaotic energies rumbled throughout the entire starry sky. Crimson distorted energies and energies of order of all colors collided wantonly in this space, causing a violent chain reaction that blasted the void and space into smithereens. As the battlefield continued to expand, the energy reaction became more and more sparse. The eruption of energy became smaller and smaller, the weakening of the eruption of energy, and the withering sparks indicated that the battle was about to come to an end. In the background of the dark and cold starry sky, a disintegrated starry sky was constantly throwing out a large number of fragments in the turbulence of energy. Its scarlet core was exposed in the starry sky, like a huge squinting eye. Around it, there were occasionally violent energy flames flashing. That was already the last movement of the battle in this starry sky. Yun Nuoshing stood on the broken planet, holding a body with a dead soul in his right hand. He looked at it for a while, and the origin energy and the elements of nirvana gushed out from his hand, wrapping it all up. He forced the distorted energy in the body to a corner and condensed it into a core. The body also melted into the core, like snow melting. After a while, only a scarlet energy ball the size of a thumb was left in his hand. Lord Feng, Jing Yuanji, descended from the starry sky. The battle will be completely over in 5 minutes, and this world will be treated as a huge energy source according to your request. It is ready to be exiled into the void and annihilated. Oh, Yun Nuoshing nodded and responded. He lifted the energy crystal in his hand and looked at the scarlet ball thoughtfully against the few remaining starlight in the starry sky. Jing Yuanji looked at him and then looked at the crystal ball in his hand. She could not help but ask, "Lord Feng, what is that?" An energy crystal formed by a high-grade origin of the Distortion clan without the power of the soul. Yun Nuoshing said, casually. After a while, when Jing Yuanji was deep in thought, he stuffed it into his mouth, scaring the latter. "Lord Feng, it's okay. This little power of distortion has no effect on me at all." Yun Nuoshing waved his hand, and the energy crystal that fell into his body turned into a huge amount of distorted energy and dispersed. A scarlet light flashed in his eyes, and then a silver-white energy wrapped the former. Seeing that he was fine for a while, Jing Yuanji breathed a sigh of relief. She was a little puzzled. "It's good that you are fine, but why do you want to eat it? I want to know more about it." Yun Nuoshing raised her head and looked at the vast, starry sky. "We've been looking for them for some time now. We've listed them as an enemy, a parasite in the world of order, but in the end, we don't know much about them. On the other hand, they know a lot about us. From the battle just now, you should have noticed it, right?" Jing Yuanji's expression was complicated, and her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. This was a problem that could not be avoided. Yes, they understand our way of fighting and understand our energy. The reason why we can fight so easily is actually because of the difference in rules and order to suppress and crush them. If we really fight on equal terms, we may be at a disadvantage for a period of time. They understand us. No, you're wrong about one thing. Jing Yuanji was stunned. Yun Nuoshing turned her head and chuckled at her. They know about the realm of the gods through various means. Their understanding of the realm of the gods is no less than ours. I even suspect that they have lived in the realm of the gods for a period of time. Lord Feng! Qing Jun jumped down from the starry sky, alive and kicking. His youthful face was now several years younger. He was in high spirits, as if he had released the pressure of tens of thousands of years. Yun Nuoshing and Jing Yuanji were both stunned. Didn't this guy just not fight for a few days? Why did he accumulate so much pressure? It was rare for Qing Jun to be so silly for a while. When he saw the strange expressions on the two people's faces, he coughed dryly and sorted out his expression. Ahem, the battle is basically over. We have roughly explored this starry sky and found nothing noteworthy. Young Master Shin said that this is also a place similar to the border defense. If there is something here, it won't be placed here. Yun Nuoshing nodded, not surprised. Right now, we only need to focus on the battle. I have also looked around. There is really nothing noteworthy here. Clean up. Those who are injured, hurry up and heal. Those who are weak, hurry up and recover. The battle has just begun. Well, there is no injury. The self-detonation of those guys who were forced to a dead end is useless to us. When Yun Nuoshing heard this, he suddenly thought of the huge movements that he had just seen, which seemed to be the creation of the world. His cheeks could not help but twitch. A dignified, high-level heavenly god of origin was forced to self-detonate. He really wanted to ask Qing Jun, what did you guys do to him? Sneak attack, corner him, press him to the ground, and beat him up. Let him fight a group of us alone. Use the divine right to take turns to suppress him, cripple his energy sensing, and openly stun him. And Qing Jun counted with his fingers one by one, and the sinister smile on his face became more and more out of control. Yun Nuoshing and Jing Yuanji agreed that the other party was played to death by them. But these dozens of people could still play with thousands of people. Should they say that they were thick-skinned, or, after thinking for a while, Yun Nuoshing was too lazy to say anything. He sighed. Forget it. Just be careful not to get yourself into trouble. But then again, there are very few people in this world. Young Master Shin and Hui landed together. The former could not help but say, this world should be a pass. It took me a lot of effort to rush out of here. I didn't expect that when I came back this time, we could not help but frown. Is it a mismatch in numbers again? What's going on? It's not just the numbers. There's also a great artifact that they haven't used. I just went to take a look. It's not even in this world, young Master Shin said. And until now, we haven't seen their great executor appear. Jing Yuanji said, even if there's a problem with the transmission of information, they should be here by now. Yun Nuoshing and the others were silent for a while. They looked at each other and could not figure out the problem in a short while. However, they instinctively had a bad feeling in their hearts. Long Sky was either doing something deep in the main world, or they were not here. It doesn't matter. They'll naturally come out later. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand, intending to skip over this problem. If they don't come out, we'll fight until they come out. Moreover, only a part of the forces we're dealing with now are elites. Based on some analysis, the number of their top combatants should be about the same as ours. However, their total combat power is weaker than ours. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to fight so easily. Indeed, Hui nodded with his arms crossed. It's so easy to fight in a way battle. I've never encountered such a situation. In the past, when I led a team to eliminate some dangerous races in the void, which one of them didn't resist more and more crazily. In their home field, they can even suppress our theocracy domain. Let's not talk about it for now. Let's go to the next world. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand. After making the final preparations in this world and confirming that they had rested and rested, they returned to the starry sky through the portal just now. At the same time, they threw a torch into the void and burned this world to ashes. When they passed through the portal, everyone subconsciously opened up their energy barriers. Hui Ding was at the front, and then they were all stunned. The entire starry sky was quiet, and there was no movement at all. The portals and the huge cracks in the sky had also disappeared. Lord Feng, you're here. But fortunately, they left some people here, so they did not have to worry about the situation being out of their control. At this time, I Ching ran over. The 8 seeds tore open a crack, and ran to another world. We're not sure if we should chase after them, so we let some people follow them. We're here to guard the gate. Now, all the attention of the distorted race is attracted by the 8 seeds. I Ching was the first to teleport to a place to signal, and Yun Nuoxing and the others followed. They raised their heads and looked ahead. In front of them was an incomparably huge spatial rift, so huge that it could swallow the entire Milky Way. A large amount of chaotic energy aura remained at the edge of the rift, and it was still constantly devouring the stars, and its presence had slowed down the recovery of space and void by a lot. If it was left here, the stars would be devoured sooner or later. Yun Nuoxing and I Ching nodded and let the latter and the rest go first. Then he looked for Qing Yu in her soul. What's your plan? The matter of the land of exile has been solved by accident. The next period of time will be a period of war. I don't know how long it will take. Do you plan to go back or... Qing Yu was chatting with Dao Heaven and the little angel. When they heard this, they all fell silent. Dao Heaven was silent for a while, and his expression became a little strange, but his face remained 100% calm. I'm a little interested in our creator. If it's convenient for you, don't regret it. Yun Nuoxing laughed, turned and walked into the huge crack with Hui and the rest, and left an energy mark to close the crack. After crossing the crack, a large amount of impact suddenly erupted in front of them, almost sinking Yun Nuoxing and the rest into nothingness. There was a barrier in front of them that withstood this round of saturated energy bombardment. Taking a closer look, it was Monarch Green, I Ching, and the rest who had set up a formation to take out the energy towers. As there were only a little more than 100 people, there were only about 10 energy towers this time. The 100-meter-tall energy towers were a mix of white and gold, and they were equipped with energy crystals of various functions. They were still not very eye-catching in this starry sky. Compared to the energy fireworks that erupted in the distance, they were not very eye-catching. The people of the distorted race deeply understood the principle that they could not even spit out a mouthful of phlegm. Even if they wanted to beat their own ancestors, they would just beat them up first and talk later. They would beat them to death. The outcome of the battle would be known later. Either the other party would throw a punch at them and send them flying like flies, or they would be blasted into nothingness by an energy of unknown origin. Is the entire army attacking? Yun Nuoxing looked around. Where is Chong Kong? Lord Feng, he is not here. Although they seem to be fighting fiercely, there is not a single peak origin on the other side. Monarch Green could not help but say, that shouldn't be the case. We scratched his head in confusion. It has already come to this point, and not a single peak origin has come out. The only heavenly god of origin that we have seen was tricked into jumping into a well. How can Chong Kong be so sure that these guys can get rid of the primordial seed? Streaks of energy crossed the starry sky and burst into huge energy sparks on their energy barrier. However, those were not the energy that came towards them. They were just 1 or 2 stray arrows that crossed the starry sky and rushed towards them. Yun Nuoxing could feel that the center of gravity of the entire starry sky was still at the place where the energy flames erupted. Compared to the movement over there, the place where they were was too quiet and inconspicuous. Then came the next thing. Yun Nuoxing did not expect that Monarch Green and the others had already brought out the energy towers when they came over. Listening to Huey's conversation with them, it seemed that they had some strategies and ideas. The first idea was the same as before. Some of them would stay here, while the others would continue to sneak into their worlds through the teleportation gates and destroy their worlds. The second idea was what Feng had just mentioned. They would divide the remaining 100 or so people into 3 groups. One group would only leave a few people to guard here, while the others would split into 2 groups and attack the other worlds of the distorted race at the same time. With the energy towers, even if they split into two groups, their combat power would only be higher than before, and their speed would also be much faster. After fighting for half a day, they had only destroyed two worlds of the distorted race. The speed was a little slow. Well, if you insist on splitting, you can form a fourth group, Yun Nuoshing suddenly said while listening. Hui and the others were stunned. Huh. Yun Nuoshing pointed to herself. Let Yuan Ji and Monarch Green lead one group, and you lead the other. I'll go and destroy their worlds by myself. Wouldn't that be perfect? Everyone thought about it and felt that Lord Observer's words were reasonable. Moreover, this method of fighting was also very much in line with Lord Observer's style of rushing into the depths of the enemy's world. However, it might not be appropriate to let Lord Observer cut the grass at this time. They were worried that they would fall into an ambush. The distorted race's bastards also had a powerful backup plan. Just because they hadn't seen it yet didn't mean that they wouldn't see it in a while. At present, there were 4 plans in front of them. Everyone was discussing it, and even the little angel came out to say that the 4th plan was not advisable. After all, they were still in the enemy's lair. If they really ran into something unexpected, he himself would be injured. In the end, Hui clapped his hands and ended the discussion. Then let's divide into 3 groups. I Ching, you guys stay here with young Master Shen. Then I'll lead one group, and Feng, you'll lead the other group. This is the safest way, and the speed won't be slow. After saying that, he threw his gaze at Yun Nuoshing. She could only shrug her shoulders. Okay, it's not a problem. Young Master Shen did not have any objections. When he heard that the follow-up operation was finally finalized, he opened his mouth to remind them, also, you guys should be as careful as possible. What we encountered just now were just some worlds guarding the borders. Although I don't know why there were so few guards, the main forces were not arranged in those places in the first place. The deeper we go, the more enemies we will encounter. In the end, he scratched his cheek. If they haven't changed any arrangements, in theory, that's right. Okay, then I'll see you later. Hui nodded to Yun Nuoshing, turned around, and disappeared with Qing Jun and the others and half of the energy towers. Yun Nuoshing glanced at the depths of the starry sky and quickly left with her people. She aimed at a portal that was about to close and headed to another world. Before rushing into the portal, they had habitually propped up an energy barrier, but this time they were not impacted by tons of energy. It was a bit too calm. The whole starry sky seemed too quiet, as if there were only lonely stars burning silently all over the whole starry sky. It was so quiet that there was no sign of life at all. Strange. Why is there no movement at all? Yun Nuoshing murmured doubtfully. She let her soul quickly scour the starry sky, rushed to the edge of the starry sky, and swept the world back and forth dozens of times. In the end, she came to a conclusion. There was no one here. No one. Jing Yuanji came to the same conclusion a moment later. There are large fluctuations of transfer in the space. There should have been people here just now, but now they have all gone to the world, just now. Did they finally feel threatened and attack with the whole army? Yun Nuoshing murmured, and found Huey's soul seed in her soul. There's no situation here at all. What a coincidence. I was just about to tell you that there's nothing here either. Hui kept nodding. He looked at the starry sky, which was so empty that there weren't even many stars. Sporadic energy flares occasionally burst out in the starry sky, which were transmitted to his eyes at a synchronized speed. That was the movement of Qing Jun and the others looking for enemies in this world, and his soul had completely exposed this world to their eyes. There were only the remains of stars and other planets. Other than that, there wasn't even any distortion energy. He didn't know if those energies were brought along when they left. Young Master Shin was also stunned when he heard this. He looked at the starry sky that was still fighting fiercely in front of him. So far, no one seemed to have discovered these uninvited guests. Everyone was dealing with the 8 giants. But the number of people in this place is really not that many. Altogether, it's only the power of 2 or 3 worlds at most. Where did those people go? How would I know? Don't ask me. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and was confused. It seems that the plan that had just been formulated is going to change again. Hui and the others expressed curiosity. What kind of change? Yun Nuoshing looked at the empty starry sky in front of her. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and with a wave of her palm, dark red energy swept toward all parts of the starry sky. Tear this place down. We'll break through it head-on. Qing Jun and the others shouted, expressing their approval of this method of fighting, but Huey's face was full of sweat when he heard it, and his whole person was not very good. But looking at the current situation, it was indeed better this way. He didn't know where the people of these worlds had gone. Instead of following the portal around, it was better to directly confront them head-on. He didn't believe that he couldn't lure Chong Kong and the others out like this. If they really couldn't lure them out, then there might be something else that was going to happen. We shouldn't be so unlucky, right? Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but mutter in her heart, feeling that her heart was in a mess. In the starry sky, the chaotic battle had not stopped since the beginning. In the chaotic battlefield, only countless energies could be seen flying, and energy flames occupied every inch of sight. The whole world seemed to be soaked in a sea of energy. Although the battlefield was extremely chaotic, they knew very well who they were fighting. The only thing they didn't know was who was hitting them. Their line of sight was occupied by the energies of themselves and their own people. The place where the energy was flying seemed to have a cluster of nebula, and from it there were frequent counterattacks. If they didn't sense it, they wouldn't know who was attacking whom. A beam of light, mixed with a large amount of dark energy, shot out from the nebula, sweeping across the area like a sword of stars. Many people were so frightened that they hurriedly changed their positions. Under such circumstances, no one dared to charge forward and engage in melee combat. It was enough for them to switch positions and buy time by firing a few shots of dark energy from afar. The commander of an unknown world was commanding the battle loudly when he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. He couldn't help but be stunned. As soon as he turned around, he saw a beautiful girl smiling at him. "Hello, please do me a favor." The commander stopped in shock and quickly identified the person in front of him. He then asked, "What is it?" "It's..." Yun Nuoshing's hand that grabbed his shoulder suddenly tightened, and the smile on her face became brighter and brighter. A dark red energy quickly appeared in her hand and wrapped around the person in front of her. Then she pushed him away. "Please send a signal." The commander was stunned until now, until he sensed the wrong energy. He sensed the order on Yun Nuoshing's body that was far different from theirs. His expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Order attack! Enemy attack!" "Thank you for your cooperation." Yun Nuoshing's hand seals changed, and a power that originated from the entire void suddenly collapsed toward the dark red ball. Myriad creation leads the void. Chaos falls the stars. The abruptly lit energy fireworks illuminated the starry sky like a piece of white paper. Everyone turned their attention to it and saw a colorful energy ball expanding wildly. In an instant, it covered the entire area of the nebula. Then, a seemingly eternal light penetrated the energy ball from above. A destructive energy of order filled the air, making everyone feel the threat of death. Chapter 1456. It seemed that many things always liked to start with a violent explosion, such as the creation of heaven and earth, the annihilation of the world, and the great reincarnation. A vigorous energy explosion indicated the reversal of heaven and earth, and the reversal of order and chaos. There was also the scene in front of them. It was as if everything in the world had been thrown into a pot to stew. Order and chaos blurred the boundary, and only that one mass of energy was agitating. Everything recognized by order and chaos fell into that mass of energy like a waterfall, followed by a brilliant eternal light falling from the sky. Boom! An energy movement that was probably not weaker than the explosion of the great reincarnation rumbled in the void. Energy shock waves visible to the naked eye swept out, sending the first 8 seeds flying. All the powerhouses of the distorted race were shaken by the shock wave and spat out blood. Their bodies disintegrated. Before the subsequent energy explosion even touched them, they had already been beaten to the point where they couldn't even find the path of reincarnation. The constantly flashing light indicated that the energy was blooming again and again. The land of nothingness was almost slapped into the space of the real world. The emergence of the starting ground did not affect the flow of this energy. Instead, it made it more violent and dazzling. In an area far away, the light shook an invisible spherical area until it revealed itself. The light dragged the shadow of this black spherical area hundreds of miles long. It seemed that one could see the intensity of this impact from the trembling shadow. The people inside also covered their eyes and screamed. They were all people who did not listen to advice and stared at the moment of creation of the heavens and earth with their eyes wide open. Hui was so scared that he dyed the barrier black before Yun Nuoshing could say anything. Even so, it still could not completely block the light. That was the destructive impact that contained the energy of the disintegration of order. Just looking at it with one's eyes and sensing it with one's perception would affect the destructive impact of the impact. Xing LV closed his eyes and could not help but clap. Wonderful, wonderful, dazzling. At this moment, I Ching's back was facing the bright light behind him. When he saw that I Ching also had his back facing the light with his eyes closed, he could not help but be stunned. Why are you closing your eyes? Xing LV was silent for 2 seconds, and his hands stopped moving. A moment later, he took a deep breath and said, "It's too damn bright." I Ching was speechless. Well, this guy didn't take the warning seriously. He deserved to be blind for a while. I Ching didn't care about them. When he knew that Lord Maple was going to make a move, he quickly turned around. After all, he had already suffered once, and he didn't want to suffer a second time. That was a little too much for him. He still remembered clearly that when he saw the collapse of order that day, it was as if all the colors in the world had disappeared, leaving only white. For half a month, colors didn't return to his world, and he was colorblind for half a month. When the light subsided a little, everyone carefully turned their heads. There was still an extremely dazzling light at the place where the energy had exploded. It was like the sun after an energy nova, leaving only a pile of bright ashes. However, it was no longer as strong as before. Now, they could use their eyes to look at it. As long as they didn't stare at it all the time, it would be fine. Hui poked his head out from behind the guardian shield and looked outside. His cheeks reddened. This place of nothingness has been shattered, and the void won't start to recover for a while. You call this letting them notify? Are you sure you're not going to notify them yourself? Qing Jun put down his hands that were covering his eyes and blinked hard. That won't blow up those 8 big guys, will it? As soon as his voice fell, a furious roar containing the power of the rules shook the void. Everyone turned their eyes and saw that the dazzling light suddenly dissipated. 8 huge figures covered in dark energy rushed out from the light. However, Looking at the thin appearance of their energy, it seemed that they had suffered heavy injuries. Moreover, they had become even more violent. Further away, they could see the powerhouses of the distorted clan crawling up from the void. Each of them was seriously injured and vomiting blood. Their bodies were almost completely blown up. More than a dozen of them were only left with soul bodies. Lord Maple has suppressed the energy and damage in all aspects by half. Even so, it still caused extremely serious damage. He rubbed his eyes. The goal has been achieved, but the effect is a little too much. The rest is to see how they will react. I Ching, those 8 seeds won't go looking for trouble with Lord Maple, right? I just wanted to say this. But Lord Maple himself said that there won't be a problem. Then let's wait and see. We just have to wait for the signal. Hui shook his head. He wasn't quite sure what that guy was selling in his gourd. In the gradually subsiding energy flames, the 8 big guys suddenly turned their eyes and walked towards a place in the void. They didn't seem to want to fight. They just wanted to do something with their obsession. Stop them. Don't let them leave this void. The other commanders who were seriously injured quickly stood up and directed the rest of the people to suppress the first seed. Several of them flashed and appeared in front of Yun Nuoshing. Scarlet energy surged all over their bodies, and their eyes were full of anger. Who are you? We don't seem to have any great enmity with you. There is or there isn't. This isn't something that you can decide. Yun Nuoshing floated in the void. His originally low voice was filled with coldness because of this sentence. He chuckled a few times. You've invaded our world time and time again. Now, I'm just responding to your war invitation. Why do you dare to stop me with just these few people? In the blink of an eye, tens of millions of magical matrices emerged along with the energy to shatter the void. Each of the magical matrices drew a gigantic character and aimed neatly in one direction. Before they began to coalesce and erupt with energy, their appearance alone was enough to send chills down everyone's spine. The instant the leaders witnessed this array, they understood who they were facing. All of a sudden, their gazes revealed a strange glint. Coming alone, Lord Observer is very courageous. A commander with half his face covered in blood suddenly clapped his hands. His eyes suddenly became ferocious. But if you're alone, you won't be leaving today. As soon as his roar fell, he took a fierce step forward. The scarlet energy on his body suddenly boiled. His entire body charged towards Yun Nuo planet like a torch. The land of nothingness trembled slightly. Oh, I think I can deal with you all alone. What the hell? Yun Nuoshing deliberately put on a show to stall for time. He didn't attack immediately. He was just stalling for time. Then he saw the torch burning more and more vigorously and brighter. Then a terrifying dark energy burst out from deep within his body and dyed the torch black. He was instantly shocked. For the eternal curse, like a flaming meteor, it shot towards the formations with a long trail of flames. Without giving anyone time to react, the flaming meteor shone with an extremely dazzling light. An energy that seemed to be able to split the heavens, and earth surged in the void along with a huge tremor. Even the commanders turned pale with fright and were sent flying by the shock wave. The energy shock wave of the heavenly god of Origin's self-destruction was indeed very powerful. Hui and the others who had received the signal and were entering the portal in the distance couldn't help but look back at the commotion. What the hell? After saying that, they hurriedly entered the portal. They didn't have much time. They didn't have any confidence in leaving Yun Nuoshing alone outside to face a group of madmen. The rumbling of energy that was like the creation or destruction of the world lasted for a full 10 minutes before it dissipated. When the storm weakened to a certain extent, Suddenly, a hand that was so small that it would be automatically ignored reached out from the storm and casually tore apart the raging energy storm, pushing it to the side. Yun Nuoshing's figure appeared from within. He casually patted his robe, and even his aura did not fluctuate at all. In fact, he was still a little stunned by the explosion. The heavenly god of origin self-destructed just because he wanted to. Was it because he couldn't take it? He looked at the remaining commanders who were stunned. Seeing that their injuries were even more severe, he couldn't help but sigh in amazement. When the people from your family went crazy, they even attacked their own people. The commanders' faces twitched crazily. A heavenly god who was close to the peak of origin had ignited all the energy in his body to self-destruct in front of him, sweeping him into the center of the storm. In the end, nothing happened to him. The light on his body didn't even dim at all. Even the formation beside him didn't deviate by a centimeter. This level of terror was beyond their imagination. The anger that had just surged up had mostly dissipated. Yun Nuoshing glanced around and looked at the few big guys and the experts of the distorted race who were still fighting fiercely. Suddenly, he reached out his hand and tapped lightly in the void. Tens of thousands of formations rumbled and erupted with endless energy, destroying the people of the distorted race one by one. The resistance that the few big guys faced suddenly decreased by a lot. Although I don't know what happened to you and why you're stopping those guys, it looks like they'll cause some damage to you. That's enough. Yun Nuoshing grinned. He stared ahead with a bright and charming smile. Yun Nuoshing only felt a sense of powerlessness. If he was in peak condition and had a complete team, he would have the courage and strength to fight back. However, the current situation was just too difficult for him. He had been heavily injured by Wanxiang Star, and his soul had been shaken by the self-destruction of his own people. He was basically on his last breath. The heavenly god of Origin's life force was powerful enough that he could treat his last breath as half of his strength. If it were a heavenly god of Origin with the same level of injuries, he would probably be lying on the ground, trembling. Yun Nuoshing slowly walked up to them. He was in no hurry to kill them. The formation behind him constantly rumbled and emitted energy, destroying the chaos spawns that had come to support him. He also heavily injured all the distorted race that appeared. Then what about Chongkong? Where's your family? Did they give up on you? Yun Nuoshing walked up to them and looked down at them from above. He spoke casually. The heavily armored commander lowered his head and dug out his almost completely shattered armor. He raised his right hand that still had a little bit of strength left and raised his scarlet greatsword. He looked up at Yun Nuoshing with incomparable calmness. He knew that he was going to die, without a doubt. Fear, panic, or anything else would be useless. He simply faced the threat head-on. Lord Chongkong doesn't need to come out to deal with you. Oh, Yun Nuoshing replied nonchalantly. He waved his hand and formed a few energy chains that wrapped around the bodies of the commanders. They did not struggle. Perhaps they knew that resistance was futile, so they simply stopped moving. I won't let you die too easily. Since you're so stubborn, I'll let you bear witness to it all. Their cheeks twitched. Stubbornness, my ass. We want to run, but the problem is that we don't have the strength to do so. Furthermore, we can't run away. With a wave of his hand, Yun Nuoshing strung them up. He turned his head and looked at where Hui and the others were. When he found that they had gone somewhere else, he breathed a sigh of relief. He then led the commanders to the place where the energy was fluctuating. The countless formations behind him roared again and aimed at the champions of the distorted race. The champions of the distorted race had lost their commander. Even if they had chaos spawns with them, they could only end up being massacred by the 8 gigantic energy bodies, and Yun Nuoshing, a dazzling energy phenomenon, suddenly bloomed in the void. This was a one-sided massacre. The battle ended in just a few minutes. Even the cracks used for teleportation were closed by Yun Nuoshing. He turned around and looked at the few commanders who were silent. After thinking for a while, he decided to stay silent with them. If he suddenly opened his mouth and they ignored him, it would be awkward. The stars suddenly calmed down. There were no more energy surges. The giants had just gone through a series of fierce battles. Now, the huge wounds on their bodies were slowly healing. They had used their faces to receive the skills. Their brains were muddled by the dark energy and the sins of the world. They had almost lost their ability to think. The only thing left in them was the desire to kill and destroy, driven by the two forces of darkness. In other words, they only knew how to beat people up and did not know how to defend themselves. That was how their injuries were caused. The rock-like giant suddenly roared, and lava-like light flickered in the cracks on his body. They waved their arms in vain in this land of nothingness. Several giants roared one after another. Then they turned their eyes in unison and roared in a direction of the land of nothingness. They were following their conditioned reflexes and instincts, sensing something and doing something. Just as Yun Nuoshing was guessing out of boredom, he saw the giant suddenly reach into the void with one hand. Then a huge scarlet crack suddenly opened up in front of him. Behind the crack was the starry sky of another world. The giants behind him also helped, tearing the crack even bigger. Under their unreasonable strength, the crack was torn bigger and bigger. The void that was already nothingness forcefully burst out with many energy explosions. Waves of dazzling energy explosions erupted from the edges of the expanding crack, illuminating the void. Roar! Roar! No one knew whether the rock giant had seen or felt something, but the rock giant who had torn open the door suddenly roared. His voice shook the land of nothingness. He took a huge step and stepped into another world. The other rock giants roared and forced the crack to expand again. Then they followed the rock giant into another world. As the last rock giant left, the crack began to slowly heal like a long and narrow eye that was slowly closing. The other world, what is there in it that is worth their attention? Yun Nuoshing muttered to himself. He inadvertently turned his head to look at the people behind him. He saw that their faces were still calm, but that calmness was restored in an instant. Before he turned his head, they should have been abnormally frightened. There was still a faint trace of fear left on their faces. Yun Nuoshing got the answer he wanted. He grinned and casually walked into the crack. He waved his hand in front of his eyes, and the crack closed. He turned back and looked at the front. It was an unusually fierce battle. It had been going on for a while. The power of the distorted race to guard this world was exceptionally strong. The 8 giants were disturbed and could not move forward. They waved their arms wildly to resist the energy coming from all directions. This world seemed to be very important. The former and the others were particularly crazy when they fought. It made Yun Nuoshing feel like he was looking at the people of the spirit-gathering continent. When the tide of chaos approached the range of the last 3 energy barriers, they abandoned life, death, and emotions. They just wanted to destroy the enemy in front of them. The scene in front of him was quite similar to that day. Yun Nuoshing looked back at them and grinned. Let me guess, this is a very important world to you? The leaders closed their eyes and turned their heads away. Their faces were gloomy, and they did not say a word. A hub of the void? A border? Or is this your main world? Yun Nuoshing guessed one by one. When he mentioned the last type, he saw their eyebrows twitch slightly. He instantly understood everything. However, when he saw their unconvinced and indifferent looks, he couldn't help but snort lightly. Since you dared to provoke us and attack the divine realm, then you should be mentally prepared to be beaten back by others. You should never, ever provoke us. I don't care what plans you have, whether it's order or chaos. It's all up to your heart. If you want to go crazy, then go away and go crazy. Don't be a hindrance here. After saying that, he suddenly slapped his own forehead. Sai, I forgot. You bunch of trash are from the Order faction. But forget it. Both sides snorted inwardly. No one took the other seriously. Yun Nuoshing treated them as a bunch of idiots, while the latter treated his words like a fart. In this vast and boundless void, there was no real right or wrong to speak of. There were only different standpoints, different goals, and even different beliefs. Countless lives fought and worked hard for these. If they could toss these aside and repent with just a few words, then their countless years of life would have been wasted, and their high-tier origins would have been wasted. Just now, Yun Nuoshing had only guessed that this was a very important world to them. Now that he saw all the defensive forces here, he no longer doubted it. He was now convinced that this was their main world. Several huge portals opened in the sky, and champions from other worlds came to support. As for the chaotic tide, they came from all over the stars of this world. Their silhouettes also surged out from the cracks beside the portals. However, the number of reinforcements was relatively small compared to the number of chaos spawns in this world. Moreover, the people guarding this world fought with their lives on the line. At this point, Yun Nuoshing naturally saw the peak Empyrean gods of origin. The distorted race was indeed powerful. They were directly created by the demonic shadow that stood near the top of the non-order plane. Although they had been diluted to such a degree into distorted energy, they still seemed to have a way to activate that dark energy. Their combat strength would also increase, and under such circumstances, their brains would also be thrown away. Therefore, when the 8 first seeds charged into this world, their advance was finally firmly pressed to the ground, unable to move an inch. The encirclement energy that erupted from all directions made it impossible for them to move an inch. The news of the attack on the origin world should have been transmitted to the remaining worlds, and more experts came to reinforce them. They also brought along many similar trump cards, all of which were powerful forces used to protect their race. Yun Nuoshing had been watching the battle in front of him. This was why he was nervous when facing a powerful enemy. However, the number was still too small. They had already fought to this place, but only a small number of the distorted race had appeared. Including all the distorted race that had been killed by them and the first seeds, there were probably less than 7,000 of them. Moreover, there were still 5,000 of them in front of him. A powerful race that was born in more than a dozen worlds and more than a dozen eras, which he judged to be a dangerous race that could compete with the divine realm. He did not believe that there were so few of them. Furthermore, vast sky had not appeared yet, and a portion of them had not appeared like he did. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little uneasy, as if something big was going to happen. Phone. One of the worlds next to us has been cleared out. If you see any signs over there, give us a shout. The voice in his soul interrupted his thoughts. Yun Nuoshing looked up and looked at the starry sky that was filled with chaos minions of various sizes, shrouded in black fog. He saw that they had been blown into clouds by the explosion of energy. After a moment, he turned his head and noticed that there was a portal and rift in the starry sky that was slowly closing. There was also an energy flame erupting there. Something seemed to have happened inside. Confirmed that the rift and portal have closed. Did you guys destroy that world? Yun Nuoshing asked. No, we just blew up that part of the starry sky. There were ordinary people in that world. We waited for quite a while until they were almost gone before wiping out the remaining group of people. Then we blew up the door and those things. By the way, I found some interesting things that you will definitely be interested in. Hui looked at the things in front of him and suddenly beamed with joy as he said excitedly. Yun Nuoshing was slightly interested. What is it? The place where the chaos minions were created